Like, okay.
Well, I mean, we've been talking about it a little bit. I got it in my mind that they start with you getting snake again. And it's the same kind of thing there. Like you can find them like around town for like 30 to like $60, even online for that kind of much.
Yeah.
Or you can easily spend like two to five grand.
Yeah.
But even then, even if you're just willing to spend like a couple $100, you get some really cool looking snakes for just a couple $100.
There's some really cool looking snakes. My partner would tell you to look into the Bradley python. There's Centrillion Australian python, and they're gorgeous. They're really docile and chill. He's been bitten twice, but like he's just a wee baby. He's very confused and scared.
Just a little ornery baby.
Yeah, it's like, oh, you're a giant thing.
Turn off this one. Right, it's warm. Not like that's going to affect it, but welcome. Thank you guys for joining us for episode 19. Last day of being a teen. Good. Gonna be next time we're gonna be all set. Make sure that we have audio. Did you check audio? Yes, you did. You sounded good.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, let's go. I want to make sure I don't have audio on this. Episode 19. I like to have a stream but not an audio, just so I know everything looks right. But episode 19 of Oceanbound, D&D on WIM. That is way too hot to wear a hat, as usual. Again, thank you for joining us. Be sure to smash the like button, comment, let us know what you think. Comment of the day, what would you do if you were told that you were going to be stuck on DrakenGuard Island for 25 days? What would you personally do as a character? Comment and we can play it out. I'll even reply to your comments and tell you how things would work out depending on what you did and what you want to do. With that, make sure that you are liking, commenting, subscribe. Definitely need more subscribers on the YouTube channel just so that we can get our actual YouTube channel, and that way we're searchable by the algorithm. We know how to play with the algorithm. I know how to work the algorithm. I just need to be searchable for that to happen. Right now, I can't even get into it. So for that, we need you guys to subscribe. So go to our YouTube and subscribe. Links are available on all of our link trees, which are available on any site that you're watching this for. Also, feel free to watch us on Twitch. Rumble's our main one. That's where we engage with the most. That's where we try to keep live chat available. If I catch things, of course, we get into our game and we're putting on more of a show than really commenting. You know, you don't go to the theater and expect them to like reply to your comments in the middle of the play. So,
Yo, what's up?
Yeah. But still, we will engage with any comments you put up. That being said, we are on DrakenGuard Island. I need my calendar. It is the 23rd, getting kind of later in the night as we prepare with what we want to do on DrakenGuard Island. So, what particularly do you guys want to do on DrakenGuard Island?
Well, we have our ship is being repaired. Did we pick which place we are going to sleep?
So, you guys will have. So generally, the calendar is kind of looked at. The weeks aren't a 7-day week like we'd have a normal thing, as there's a 42-day month. A lot of times it's 4 10 days, but they split them up. A lot of times they'll refer to a week as like a half of a 10 days, so like 5 days. So it's about 5 days. So you have the 25, and you set up to have 5 different tokens that'll get you your stay, included with the upgrades of your ship, because they're not going to be like, oh, we're going to charge you an arm and a leg to upgrade your ship. It's actually still a fair price, but they're not going to be like, we're going to charge you this, and then nickel and dime you in other places. So you have stay. You don't have food necessarily. You'd have to pay for that, but you do have stay. You guys talked about going to the North Docks and staying at the Dragon's Anchor.
That's the piratey side, right?
So that is the, so again, this is north. This is the sailor side. The piratey side is the south.
Okay,
docks.
south side.
The south side, the two inns that are available to you are the Lawmaker's Inn and the Landlubber. You also have on the entry docks, you have the Waves Respite. So those are the 4 inns directly offered to you. So you could basically, if you wanted, stay at each one of them, and then for the last stay, figure out which one you enjoyed the most, or however you want to do it. Can't really stay on your ship because the hull is being completely rebuilt. So with that, they're deconstructing a lot of the mass of your ship. So, and replacing it with woods from the Feywild that are enchanted, that give them the ability to regenerate themselves. So your ship will regrow.
Cool.
So yeah, so you guys are. Let me get a marker to kind of show where you're at for now. I like that. That's fun. For general party. You guys just left here, and we're kind of walking along, and saw the guy run off, and his head popped. He ran off towards the area over there. You'd have to cut in around this house, so it's probably about right here when you saw that. You've got a long street ahead of you, very large castle. You can come through and head down here. Also, though, your ship is over here, preparing to be sent over, but you have a couple of crewmates over there. So you guys can go and gather your crewmates and head over to where you want to be, or you guys can head over there, establish yourself, and then go get your crewmates. Right now you're closer to them.
Let's go get them.
Let's do it.
Get the ball rolling on this stuff. Get them out of there so we can at least make a most efficient use of our time.
Absolutely. So you guys will head back to the docks and go gather up the rest of your crew. Get any belongings or anything you may have left in your ship. You guys pretty much told them that you have nothing there. You guys pretty much just had what was on your backs when you got established in, so understandable. And gather up everything you have, that way they can remodel and work on this without having to worry about storing any of your guys' stuff in the storehouse. And you guys are all gathered together now. So we will put you all together. No one is split off at the moment. He's just going to be on you. As we have a rather large group, pretty small crew, moving together in unison. No longer on the ship. As you guys are kind of gathering up little things, because you probably have emptied a few possessions off yourself, or maybe set up something nice by the bed, or Ned probably had an instrument or two set up in his captain's quarters. But you guys gather it. About the time that you guys are leaving down the magical stair planks down to the dock, a couple people will show up, rather nice clothing, and just let you know that they're there to pilot your ship into the hull works to begin reworking. If you need anything, for now, the ship is going to be in the hull works, and they'll contact you when it moves on to any other location.
Okay.
So you guys are now all together on the docks with 25 days ahead of you. You do have the mission of trying to gather a crew. Probably some options for setting up some officers. But right now we have 25 days to figure that out. It's a party to celebrate. While you are here, you will have a couple holidays that you can celebrate, as well as the beginning of a festival. You guys will be leaving in the month of Coralon during the for anybody who speaks Elven, it's the Arcane Planting Festival.
Arcane planting.
To plant your arcanes.
Absolutely. Well, it's said that Coralon actually seeded magic within the realm. That he actually planted all the most ancient forests, and he also brought about magic and the arts. Usually people, especially bards, who get their magic from arcane music, do believe that part of that comes from Coralon. So, but those will be the things happening while you're here if you want to plan around that. Ela, you can't get drunk.
Steel.
I would like to maybe partake in some drinking games. Enjoy our time here.
Fuck somebody up.
You actually won't be able to get drunk until the Day of the Poets, oddly enough.
Makes sense.
Also referred to as Poems Day in Elven.
What do your cat eyes see? You're freaking me out, man.
I have all this stuff set up. I haven't translated it all to Elven yet because I don't like the dictionary that I was looking at. It didn't have all the right words. Plus, also, they do this fun thing where when you're trying to translate, instead of putting the English word first, they put the Elven word first. So you're like, what's the word for poem? Oh, I have to know the word for poem, and then it'll say the Elven word, and then poem. So you can't search for it by the English word. So I was like, I literally have to go through and
seems really
go through the entire dictionary and just look for it.
It's my hand.
So, we're going to find a better one, and I'll have that set up. But, yeah. So you will be able to... Oh, I don't know why I wrote that. I was supposed to write that this is the day that Ela can get drunk again.
So since I wasn't here last time,
Important number.
we got in here. Why were we up there where the guys ate the...
So you stayed with the ship to watch it. They went off to go speak to... So this building here is referred to as the ship shop, which is used for... that's where they set up superior ship upgrades, and they do these grand illusions, and they go through this little... It's like a mechanical ride where it goes like room to room, and they have just big illusions that show like different ship stuff. And he just goes through and explains all the different upgrades they can do to the ships and the different buildings there. So they went to talk about all the upgrades they could receive to the ship. You kind of stayed back. We're like, I'm gonna keep an eye on the ship. Just for the travel from when you guys broke off till here, you kind of stayed out of the way, quiet, didn't really engage in much conversation directly, just kind of stayed to yourself. They went off to do that. You, Mickey, and Muck stayed back to watch the ship until you could figure out what's going on. And they just showed up and they're like, hey, everybody off the ship because we're taking it to have the hull rebuilt. And that's about what you would know. Is you, your guys' ship came in and you were kind of directed towards the end of the harbor there, the end of the docks, and this orc comes out with like a rolled up rope with planks on it, and he kind of puts it to the edge of the dock and then throws it up in the air, and it straightens out and makes like this like half ladder, half bridge, half like rope walk plank or like dock.
I was gonna go the other direction, like escalator, half rope bridge. It was moving, it's magic. Don't worry.
But yeah, so it's like stationary and set to your ship, which was about 50 feet off the water. The dock's about 10 feet off the water. And he just set it up and goes through. Somebody did come to the ship, which it was the guy who introduced himself as Lord DrakenGuard. Basically just told you there's 2 rules. Don't take anything from people and don't hurt anybody. They saw firsthand. Somebody takes something, and you see this thing where when people, they noticed when they were trading stuff, there'd be this little bit of a blue glow around whatever's being traded, and then as the trade works, it fades off. Whereas they saw somebody who grabbed the bag and the blue glow went and got brighter and brighter and brighter, and then pop. So there's definitely something to that. And it you can kind of see where the ships kind of form like a circle around here. Most of them are just barely in or just barely out, or some of them are like half and half between the where the edge of this barrier is. So a lot of them are like, we're going to get just inside the barrier and stop. That way nobody steals anything from our ship, nobody does anything. And then some of the other people are like, well, I don't want to be in this magic. We're going to stay just outside of it. We'll send like crewmen to go inside and do our trading for us. So, but that's where you guys are. You guys arrived here about half day. It's been about an hour and a half now with travel and everything. The docks again are about 40 feet wide. That shows you. So that is about 40 feet. That shows you it's not a huge place. You can get around pretty quick. But yeah, what would you guys like to do?
Oh, Quiz is gonna make his way off the docks area and head up into the town, basically, I guess. I think.
Yeah. It's kind of the so you've got a couple of different areas. So you've got the 3 dock sections. You've got the north docks, the south docks, and the entry docks. With those, you've got taverns set up with them. From what you guys are kind of told and how you kind of got to a feel for it, the north docks are like the sailor docks. The south docks are kind of more the pirate docks, and the entry docks are just kind of just a base dock for people who don't really necessarily feel like they want to be at either, or they don't necessarily fit in, or just kind of goes. The entry docks, as you guys were kind of coming in, even though you came over this way, you'd probably be able to tell well enough, probably spyglass out looking, seeing what's going on. You're seeing a lot more people with weapons, even though a lot of them are peace knotted. You're seeing a lot more of that over here. Over here, you're seeing a lot of people who maybe have less fancy, intricate clothes, but you can also tell that they're clothes that have been sweat in and worked in, and like people who, look like they're more established, like hardworking folk. And then you've got down here, you're noticing a lot of movement in and out of the water. They might have something established a little bit in the water. A lot of triton, some sea elf, things like that. To the north, this is north. To the east, you're seeing just large buildings. Some of these buildings are being used to build ships, and you're seeing like full ships being. One of the things you did see is you watched a full regular ship be lifted out of the water magically and carried into one of these buildings to have construction done on it. You've got a large castle here, and then you're seeing some fenced off properties and stuff like that, which look kind of like maybe homesteads. You're seeing lots of sets of tents out from here. You're walking along the docks. You would see, so as you guys kind of exit the docks here, you've got an inn. You've got 2 inns right there. The one right in front of you is the Lawmakers Inn. It's just the Lawmakers Inn, right? Yeah, the Lawmakers Inn. And then you're noticing that there's also a rather large campsite set off to here. But that's just kind of what you're getting from there. But yeah, you can head up to the north. It's you're not really sure exactly what's all up there, but that's where they went. They didn't get too far in before they turned back around. Do you want to move with them, or are you going to try to just like dip away from them?
He's gonna disappear.
Okay.
Well, if we got an idea of where we're gonna be established or stay or split off or do whatever, I'm tired. I just want to turn in for the night. It's been a long couple of days, and I can handle doing stuff tomorrow.
Yeah. You all know where you're going to go. You have a small. You basically got a crew lodging, so it'll hold 10 people, and you're set. It's kind of like an officer's suite, if you will. That is established for you guys, and that will be in the Dragon's Anchor. You guys can kind of discuss amongst this, which is this building here. So that's where you eventually need to go for the evening. But you split off. Does anybody do anything or care about him splitting off to go do his own thing?
Not even sure. You
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Did any of us even see it?
Yeah, he's probably just fucking gone.
I will
possible.
stealthy
You
slip
could
away.
give me a stealth real quick versus their. We're gonna use this super creepy guy in the bed, mechanical undead in the bed. Have you seen that yet?
No.
5.
Look at that mini.
What the fuck is that?
You said 25.
That's terrifying.
Oh, I don't have my passive insights up. Let's see. Quiz. You wouldn't have seen it. Norian would not have seen it. Amanita, close, but not quite. Dewdrop, not at all. Gorak, that's an 11. You're not going to see it. Mickey and Muck, neither have any idea you disappeared. Net doesn't. Hila with your 11 does not beat a 25.
Right.
So you absolutely managed to split off. Yeah, that's a fun one. Isn't that a fun little creepy mini? It's like an undead guy in a bed that moves.
It's like the Dragula coffin car, but with
Yeah.
spider legs.
Exactly.
That's
Yeah.
cool.
But that'll be where you're staying, so you guys will know where your inn is. Oh, cool. You can use that as that's the bed that you're going to sleep. Though oddly enough, it's actually relatively easy to sleep here, as a lot of people aren't especially after what you guys saw before. You're like, I don't think anybody's going to rob us, and I don't think anybody's going to attack us.
You do.
As you saw dude's head pop. So you split off and start moving along, headed to the upper town area. What do you want to?
Looking for maybe a jeweler shop.
A jewelry shop. Give me a perception.
17.
Yeah, absolutely. So you will notice pretty quickly, right past there, as you were kind of sneaking off, you probably cut along the Lawmakers Inn and moved through the the kind of bushy forested area.
Right.
It's not like heavy, but it's like grass and palm trees and stuff like that, as opposed to trying to walk across the beach to hide from. So as you went through there, you'll notice that there is a very large tower there, and next to the tower there is a pretty large merchant's area. I'm just trying to. That's a 28. Yes. Which is the Driftwood Tradery, but you're noticing that there is a sign that shows that there's gems for sale in this area here. So if you want to peel off there, or you can head up north and go through, just depends on where you want to go. But you do see a sign immediately, the Driftwood Tradery, and there's a little sign that says gems for trade, and gems accepted as currency.
You'll go back to that.
So you'll kind of tuck off into there. Where do you guys want to go? You guys want to stick together? You're going to just all head over and get some rest?
Well, I'm gonna stick with Hila for sure.
Yeah, we've got plenty of time. So I think the idea, just go to the inn and maybe try and see what the gambling misses and potential drinking games and such may be happening.
I don't have talk loud. I'll be right back. I just realized I left my thing that has one of my inns in it.
But yeah, just try and find other ways to make money and enjoy the first night.
I like the sound of that. Maximum profit, minimum effort.
Yeah, absolutely. At least, even if it's not maximizing profit, a little bit of debauchery and fun.
Definitely sounds like a good time.
Yes.
Some unsuspecting big giant pirates underestimating this little tiny elf lady. I like it. I'll watch that.
Hopefully she can sell that nothing fishy's going on.
My D&D.
Years of training. Yes, think you're good. You don't even know.
There is not much to do in the desert other than drink. So I'm pretty good at it.
Yeah, I can imagine passing the time.
Absolutely. So you guys will head over
I lived in Sierra Vista for 20 years.
to the inn. Now,
Truth.
Checks out.
so you have the inn, which is the Dragon's Anchor Inn, and then you also have the tavern over there, which is the Sailor's Ale House. Over on the south side docks where you're at, you've got a market and a tavern connected, which is just kind of a general trade house where there is definitely some gambling and stuff going on to the south docks as well. There could be some gambling and such in the Sailor's Ale House as well, which is the large tavern to the north. If you want to go there,
Sailor's
as
Ale
far
House
as
is near.
as far as the inn goes, it does have. They do have like a kind of like a dining area where some people are performing, some people are drinking, things like that. So it just depends on what you want to go for. If you want to head up towards there, you can get your room set. Mickey and Muck are kind of more interested in that. They're like, yeah, let's go and find our room and get established. Both of them are kind of at the, well, I don't have anything to trade, so it doesn't really matter anyways. It's kind of the vibes they're on. And I'm missing my sheet.
Selling themselves a little shorter, but
After going through and redoing everything, I'm left with 10 whole gold pieces in my pocket.
So probably want to go about
Because I had them with me.
enchanting. Yeah? No, that would make sense, yeah. You had some stuff on you.
No, I don't know. At some point in time I did. I was like, I'll just carry 10 gold pieces. See what that is up to.
I can't find that, so that's fine.
He's off to having 10 gold pieces.
Just don't have the face on for that. But so you guys will start walking up through the main upper area and over to the inn. As you guys do that, you're going to split off and go into the Driftwood Tradery. You're noticing a 3-story building with obvious signs that there's also a basement to it, so there's lots of stuff going on. Basement seems to be gated off. A few people kind of watching, not necessarily letting people go down into there. And the main area towards the center there, you've got a large main tavern area that has food and tables, multiple stories, balconies looking over different areas, games of all sorts being played, cards games, dice games. You're watching games of skill all taking place. Several bars line the area, and then both of the bars are kind of, they're like double-sided bars. You can see people on either side, tavern towards the center, and then on the exterior of the bars, you're seeing there's little kind of like shops set up inside of this place on multiple different levels. Looking to just...
He's gonna hang out and watch people that go into the downstairs part versus those people that come out of the downstairs part.
No one's going in or out at this time. You'll wait for a couple minutes. Looks like more so that somebody's just making sure this gate stays closed and that no one's going downstairs.
He's gonna go up to a barkeep. So what do we downstairs?
And all the silent auctions downstairs. Just general trades and things like that. We have no auctions going on at the moment though, but that'll be all auctions.
What
underground
matter of things do they auction?
Just all sorts of things go underground to the basement and get auctioned off.
Interesting.
Is there something particular you are looking for?
Not particularly.
Well, haven't seen you around here before. I welcome you to DrakenGuard Island.
Well, thank you. I just arrived earlier. I suppose if you have any ale.
That I do. An ale is going to run you 5 copper. Unless you're looking for a gallon.
Eh,
How long are you going to be here?
I'd be here long enough to drink a gallon, but not today.
Carries well. No one's going to take it from you. Though I would, if you don't want to end up next door, I would recommend you don't go too heavy on the ale.
End up next door.
And Black Watchtower.
Yeah, it seems obvious, but I gotta ask, what is it that they're watching?
Well, the Black Watch just make sure everybody stays in line around here.
I thought you had the blue thing that would do that.
Well, that's the 2 major rules, but also, if you're gonna get drunk and there's nothing in the rules about getting drunk and pissing on my boots, but if you get drunk and piss on my boots, I'm gonna call the Black Watch on you.
Yeah, I bet you a good ass whooping might get you yourself in trouble, huh?
Well, no, because generally that falls under rule number 2, which is don't hurt other people. Generally, if you hurt somebody, the Black Watch, they will come to clean you up.
I'd have a rough time if someone pissed in my boots. Not returning the favor.
There wouldn't be anything against that. Again, like I said, pissing. If you were to piss on my boots and I were to piss on your boots, I guess we'd call it either.
We'll trade.
Pretty much
Yeah,
one way to solve that problem.
That's kind of actually.
Do you have to shake on it?
Right. You're gonna. You're gonna
It's like, dude, we gotta shake on this, or else we're gonna die.
Somehow there. No.
Yeah.
It's got real weird.
But no, that's pretty much the
Sorry, I'm not
sentiment here. That's the sentiment here. So, you'll fit in well in DrakenGuard.
Yeah. That sounds wonderful.
It's a great place. Just don't piss off the DrakenGuard.
That sounds like the principal rule around here.
And he'll
So
pour
then-
you an ale. He pushes you like a little thing of like nuts kind of your way.
Pushes a gold piece his way. Thank you for your time and your information.
Yeah, absolutely.
And the ale.
Of course. If you need anything else,
And the nuts. Don't need no hair on the nuts.
he'll literally he pulls out like a little bowl from under the table, slides it over, and he'll pull the nuts away. And it looks like nuts as well, but you're not seeing like shells and stuff like that. And it's the better one.
Better batch.
They're cleaner. You start looking at the other one, you're like, were those shells like? Did somebody like chew on the shells and pull them out, drop them back in the container? And he's just like, whatever. They're pirates. But
Appreciate
once you tip generously, he'll put the good ones in front of you.
Appreciate that.
Is there any other information or anything you're looking for? I don't see many generous tippers here.
Not at the moment. Maybe in the next few days I might.
And you're not looking for any additional services? This is just a tip for fair enjoyment of your ale?
Indeed, sir.
And he holds it up and you see the blue glow fades from the coin. And I'll pocket it.
You gotta be
You gotta be precise.
pretty accurate on these things.
It's good. Works in our favor.
Don't need your
He
head
like
popping.
pats a coin person. You just hear it ching ching.
Yeah.
Like he's got a good size. You can see it's almost like one of his shoulders is lower because of this coin purse he has. So he's doing pretty well for himself as a bartender
Yeah.
here.
It's not bad.
And you're seeing,
Swayze's found a new attention giver.
looking half elf, male. You see just little bits of lines on the throat, kind of a greenish hue to the more tan, like heavily tan from the sun, but you're getting feel that he's probably like half sea elf. But yeah, if there's anything in particular, just let me know.
I appreciate it.
And he kind of goes over and starts going through. You see he goes over, and the nuts you have, he goes and slides in front of another person. He falls over thing, pulls a few pieces out, sets it aside.
I did better than that, buddy. Eats some of those, drinks ale, and goes over to the.
Give me an investigation while you're
Jim.
drinking your ale.
Ale, we got a 16.
16. So you're seeing there's a couple people who are coming in, bringing in crates that are wet. So, I mean, freshly unloaded. They probably didn't get fully on the shore. Some of them have sand on them, stuff like that. So, I mean, fresh crates getting brought in, and they'll come in and they'll disappear off into a couple of the side shops. A few people go through and talk, and then you're seeing this green-skinned humanoid. Hair seems to kind of float behind him, almost as if he's in water, though he's not. Looks completely wet, just kind of dripping. Shirt, nice fine white shirt with a nice black vest, and you're seeing that the shirt looks like it's just soaked as well. And he'll go over and they go through, and he hands him a piece of paper, and he goes through and he pulls out a bag, pulls out some gemstones and hands it to him, and then goes into a little back office area, and you're seeing a sign above that says Westward Gemstones.
Oh, that's where we go to.
You go in, there's nobody else in there. There's nothing on display. There's just a small desk, and behind it you're seeing this wall full of little lock boxes. All seem to be locked and set up. And then hanging in the center there's just a set of keys, and a gentleman sitting at the desk just writing things down.
So he goes, I happen to have a few pearls. I was wondering if you'd be interested in buying.
Oh, yes, absolutely. We trade in pearls. We trade in all gemstones. I would absolutely. What are we talking about?
He takes 5 out, sets them on the table.
May I examine these?
You may look at those, yes.
He pulls out the glass and starts going through and looking over them. There's 5. These are fine black pearls. Are you looking to get coin or other gemstones for them? What are you looking to do? Trying to still travel light? It's going to be a bit heavy.
I was thinking maybe some diamonds.
Some diamonds. Do you have a specific breakup of how you want the diamonds?
A singular one would be fine.
Singular one? So that's, yeah, I've got a 250 or 2,500 gold diamond, right? 5, yeah. I was like, black pearls are 500 gold each, yeah. Yeah, I could trade you for a 2,500 gold piece diamond, and he'll go over and he like leans down and pulls up in a rather large thing and pulls out this really nice diamond, and he'll set it out in front of you, set a little eyepiece over it. He goes, if you'd like to inspect it, but I promise on my word that I am not robbing you. This is worth that value. And if I were to be lying to you, it'd be false pretenses. And we know that that doesn't necessarily work out for most.
Well, as honest a gentleman as you look, I prefer to take a look at the diamond myself.
Yeah, absolutely. Give me intelligence check with you'd have your it'd be give me a nature check with proficiency if you're not proficient in nature. So yeah, intelligence with your proficiency. So your intelligence bonus plus your proficiency.
11.
From what you're seeing, this is a really, really nice diamond. Probably one of the better diamonds you've personally seen. You're thinking, yeah, absolutely, it's probably worth that much. You have no context on
Right.
what would it be.
Uh,
As you look over, he'll tell you, like, if you look at the fine cutting and where it's at, it's flawless. Yeah. Wonderful diamond.
so how many more of these do you have?
Enough.
So if I was to give you 200 more of these pearls, you could cover it?
200 more, that would be,
10,000.
yeah, divided by math. Carry the numbers.
That's what we do every day.
Let me just, I'm trying to think of how many exactly. You're 200 more.
More.
Um,
Above and beyond the 5.
yeah. So, no. I don't care. What? No,
Nice.
It's like, would you like to subscribe to your calendar? No, I don't want to pay $5.99 for my calculator.
Those are made.
So 200 times 500 divided by 25. So you're looking for 40 diamonds.
Yep.
It'd be 40 diamonds of the same
Probably.
quality.
What? That big?
Yeah, it'd be lighter for sure. Yeah, you're basically changing out 200 pearls for 40 diamonds that are about the same weight. So, yeah, I could absolutely do that. Do you have 200 more black pearls?
In fact, I do. So count them.
Yeah. And he'll go through and he looks at them all, inspects them all, starts loading them in. He pulls out, once he counts them all and has them all set out on the little like black like velveteen board in front of you, rolls them out, counts it all out,
Prefer if you put that on
gets
the
it all
white
set.
velveteen board.
Huh?
Prefer if you put that on the white velveteen board.
Just all I have is the black velvet. But do you have white velvet?
Yeah.
So he'll and then he'll go and he'll pull out. He'll, as opposed to pulling it open, he actually pulls it out, sets it down, and counts out 40 of them, sets them all up, looks through, and goes, "These are 40 of my finest 2,500 gold diamonds."
If you look at them.
And you can take your time and look through them. And then he'll, once it's all set, he'll put that crate over, and he'll pull open another crate and sets it down, and you can see it's got a good amount of pearls in it, like a rather large amount. And as you're going through, you're seeing like he's pulling. These are coming from some of the bottom shelves. There's some, other shelves up to the top that look like they're a little bit more worn, like they probably have
Right.
like, little things in it. But there's also a couple below that he hasn't even touched into. And he'll go through, and once you're all set, he'll agree.
Agree the deal.
So I agree to this deal with you. And he'll load them all into it and toss it in there. Well, I thank you. Is there anything else I can do for you?
Not today. If I happen to run across any more of these, I'll probably be back.
Absolutely. I do find my business is entirely in trading currencies that could be located for currencies that can't be located. So if you do come across more of these, just remember, if you have one of them and somebody's looking for it, you just need to find the one.
This is true. So I guess I'll have to go back and be getting some more.
Yeah, just in case. But yeah, I thank you for your trade. If you do need anything else, let me know. If there's anything in particular you're looking to do with any of those gemstones.
I was looking for glamored leather armor.
How many more of those gemstones you got?
It's not how many I got, it's how many I can acquire.
True. There is some.
Those aren't gemstones, they're pearls.
They're all gemstones, Steve. There is glamored leather armor available. for purchase if you want. But there's a set of armor, and that's a little bit more than glamored. At the Telford estate that has been on a shelf for a while, just looking for the right person who wants to buy it. If you had more of those, you could possibly discuss.
How many more light we would be talking about?
You know, I really haven't dealt with Volm in a while, so I don't know how many he'd be willing to trade you for. But I can tell you that he has talked about how he wants to expand on his estate and he needs money. Fortunately, most people coming through here don't have anything overwhelming. A lot of them are trying to turn stuff. I'd buy the armor myself, but I live here. I don't really need armor. It's glamored armor, as you're looking for. It changes shape. But Telford, Lord Telford says has the ability to carry that property over to the wearer itself. So, kind of like a hat of disguise, but a little more fancy. In addition to that, it is made of the finest elven leathers. As I hear, it's incapable of making a noise no matter how hard you try. The glamored illusion makes you look like you want, but when you're trying to blend in, it blends with the walls and the trees and things around you.
I could take my money right now. You don't need to say anymore.
Well, I wouldn't take your money. I would never take your money. As I don't, I mean, I could set something up for you.
I'd appreciate that.
If you want, I can, I mean, I know Lord Volm.
Since I am new around here and I don't know the ins and outs of this place, if you could do something like that, there'd be a finder's fee in there for you.
Well, I would expect nothing less by doing all the work. But yeah, I can go and speak to him.
Appreciate it. How long do you think that would take? A couple of days?
Yeah, I could probably get word to him. He's gonna go have dinner soon. Sun's about to set in the next hour or so. I gotta walk past his house on the way to mine. You can go knock on his door and see what we're looking at.
That sounds great. Did I meet you back here tomorrow? See what he has to say?
Yes, you can meet me back here, or if you want, if we're doing business. Where are you staying by chance?
I haven't decided yet.
Okay, well, if you want, I will be at my home, the Ward Estate.
Jesse, I don't want to be bothering you with business at your home. I'll come back tomorrow.
That's fine. I mean, it wouldn't really be a bother, and if it's good business, I wouldn't mind. You see, I don't want to say I'm fighting with my brother, but I believe I should be heir to the estate. He believes he should be heir to the estate, and we're both kind of getting to that point. Mom's kind of ready to settle down, so if I had some business coming through there, you know, I wouldn't mind too much. Could kind of maybe call that part of the finder's fee. Let her see that I'm good for something around here.
Look at your coin purse there. You're good for something.
Well, this guy's not the coin purse.
No?
He's everything he has is in gems. He has boxes with coins in it as well, but he doesn't have anything on it. Just the bartender was the guy.
Oh, that's part. Right.
Yeah.
You're right.
Yeah, this guy doesn't carry any of his wealth on him. It's just all the wall behind him.
That'd be interesting. I'd come by to your place later this evening.
If you want to come by this evening, that'd work. I could set aside a plate for you if you're hungry. You've been on the sea for a while? We have
been.
some fine cooks.
I haven't had any fine food lately.
Do you have a favorite food? Alex he's just shooting eyes at you.
So, what you talking about?
Don't even know what you're talking about.
I was great at conjuring bland food.
Right.
And throwing some salt on it.
Yeah, this is wonderful. better than a good berry, but
She's cooking it up. Just have some practice now.
A week.
For the knowledge.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
A week in the kitchen, and you can bake it.
but I've discovered my
You've only
favorite
made one fire so far.
Yeah, I only tried to set the battle bomb on fire once.
food. What I consider
Just get it out. Just get it out of the system early.
Right.
what I consider my favorite good food is the one that's not crawling with worms. So
That's easy. Though there are a few dishes.
I'd be passing on those.
Okay. I'm just saying, there's an
I
orc
understand.
on the island
I
who
understand.
does some good stuff with grubs.
Like I said, I'd be passing on that.
Yeah. Wonderful. Well, I will maybe close up shop a little bit early. I think I'm done with most of what I'm doing. I could head over to the Telford Estate, and you could meet us, call it about half hour after sunset.
That works fine.
Wonderful.
Where's your property located?
I'll be at the Ward Estate. It's just past the DrakenGuard Keep. You head up, walk along the edge, past the keep. You'll see there's a kind of I wouldn't say dingy, but kind of an eyesore of a building with two nice buildings on either side of it. One of those is our house. It's a gated area. It'll say the Ward Estate on front. Just come. Guards will let you in.
All right. Half hour after sunset, I'll see you there.
A half hour soon. Perfect. Well, in that case, I think I'm going to close up shop. And he'll put the pearls back away, lock it, and he takes the key, puts it on his belt, and he'll kind of walk with you out, just closes the door behind him, doesn't even lock
Right.
it.
No reason to. I hope word of this enchantment doesn't get out. It'd be awful if the whole freaking world was like this.
Yeah, you know, story is it took two ancient sapphire dragons laying down their life to set this place up.
Gargantuan sapphire eyes. Holy shite.
Some say that it's actually sapphire hearts. But that's just legend. Either way, I will
Fuck around and find
head
out.
off. And then when you get to the state, just let them know that West sent you, and we'll get you.
West at the Ward Estate. Got it.
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
And then he will kind of head out. He'll go over to the, goes over and drops a coin, takes a shot of something, and heads up the stairs, or up the walkway.
I'm just gonna hang out there and watch the downstairs stuff.
Cool. About this time, you guys have moved along, heading up along this area through here, walking past the keep. The things that you'll notice, aside from what you already know, which is, of course, the whole works, the winds of change, Cord's blessing, it figures, and the endless shipmates. You'll see that there is the Draken Glory, which is one of his first really big building here, and you're hearing music coming from there. It is just this huge concert hall. Going through, and you just hear music going through, nothing too crazy. You've got the Shipwares, which is this building right here. And it looks like you're seeing just people are bringing in crates of goods and stuff like that. People are taking out crates of goods, wagons being loaded and unloaded, and all that's being sent off to, or kind of being traded. It looks like people are trading massive general goods.
Gotcha.
You've got the, next to it, you have the DrakenGuard Law House, which is the next big building here. Not really sure exactly what it is, but that's what you're seeing. You've got, it starts off, I want to go that way. You have, next to that, there's this small, kind of smaller building, and there's a sign that just says extra space available. You continue on, and next to that, you see a sign that says You see on one side of the sign it looks like an ale, like a ale being splashed, and on the other side it seems like a potion being poured out, and the water's mixed to make a sign that says the Drunken Drake's Drinkery. On the north side of the road, you have a sign here that says the Buckley Estate. You've got It Figures, which is the ship figureheads. You've got Endless Shipmates, which is the random upgrades. You've got Winds of Change. And then there's a sign pointing towards the back there, which says The Nest, for a building behind there. Then you've got Cord's Blessing here. Cord's Blessing, of course, is the ship weapon upgrades. Next to that, you have Draken Blades, and you're seeing that there's smoke coming from here. You're seeing weapons being smithed and items being made. You're also seeing some gnomes and some warforged. They're kind of walking around, working with some random things. Give me your perception check, the three of you.
7.
12.
Well, that's a nat 20.
Damn.
So you guys are
Tell us.
You guys are-
We're
Tell
shooting
us.
the shit.
Like,
this
what's going
makes
on?
sense because you guys are looking at the axes and the swords and going like, "Ooh, look at that blade! Oh, look at that one! That scimitar's nice."
all
And he's
this
like,
cool
"Look at
stuff."
that axe, though." You're noticing that one of these gnomes is arguing with a floating orb, which is glowing, and like it just kind of glows and pulses as a voice comes out of it, and they're arguing over the best way to better design a specific weapon.
It's like it's not turning blue. It's as bad. You fucked up.
But you're seeing that. Next to that, the last building to the far east is the Drakenscale Armory. The Drakenscale Armorer with terrible handwriting. Over here, you're seeing after Drakengard Keep. You are seeing the Ward Estate right here. You're seeing the Black Watch Guardhouse. Over here, you're seeing the Telford Estate. Next to that, you have Hullworks, which is right here. And then, as you guys come around here, this last one is the Blackstone Estate. So it's kind of what you're seeing in this area. Just going through and seeing shops and stuff set up. There's a couple wagons here or there, people just kind of doing general trade. You're seeing lots of campsites throughout. Large campsite off here. You did notice that there was a campsite off over here. Campsite off over here. You can kind of see when coming around this area, off to the side there's a few campsites set up with just tents and other things set. It'll be several tents set up, and they'll have poles with like flags coming off of it, almost to identify that it's either a ship or a crew or something like that set up.
This is our stuff.
And then you guys get down. You see there's the North Side Traders and there's the Dragon Anchor, right side by side. If you go past the Dragon's Anchor, you have the Sailor's Ale House right here.
Stop into the Sailor's Ale House briefly.
Great to me.
We made it that far, absolutely.
Drinks all around.
Mickey and Muck will kind of be like, well, we can go and establish our base. Make sure we have a base set up.
Sure.
Norin's like,
Good work, little guys.
I'm gonna tuck off with them. Just make sure we've got a good place, make sure it's safe.
Says, you've got the legendary knight with you. You will be okay, Norin.
Absolutely. Will keep me from having my head explode. And they'll go off to set up your guys' little room. He's gonna make sure he gets a nice bed.
They're gonna get first dibs. Mickey's gonna be sleeping in the biggest bed. Ela won't give a shit. She'll crawl in that bed.
And Mickey would be even more excited.
Look out, Mickey.
Scoot your ass over.
Well, that's the question is it a scoot over or is it just a like, clean boot?
Yeah.
Just like, bam.
Here, Mickey, let me show you something.
This is
Fling
my
off the
legendary
blankets.
night sleep.
Like on the floor with the dogs.
The foot of the bed. Curl up like a cat.
You guys get to, but you want to go to the Sailor's Ale House. You're seeing, it says the Sailor's Ale House, but you're noticing the front of the sign looks like it's splashed with something a little bit. It has almost like a red stain to it. And you're noticing that there's specks of maybe old like meat kind of on the ground in front of it. Some people have kind of just kicked dirt over it. The inn is very nice, very large building, multiple levels. Or sorry, not the inn, the tavern. You've got little gaming areas that you can go into. You've got the main bar area, which oversees pretty much the whole thing. Barmaids moving in and about, and there's a human male, like maybe late 20s, who's tending the bar.
Bartender.
Yeah, just start looking around, seeing what kind of gaming stuff they have going on.
You're seeing dice games, card games. You're seeing games of chance where they're spinning wheels and doing things like that. You're seeing games of skill where they're doing like knife and axe throwing, just random different things. You're watching somebody right now is over against a large wooden thing, and they're just holding these two little lodestones, and you're seeing these like splits in the wood just sealing up and disappearing. It seems like they're just almost wiping away that bunch of axes just got thrown at this board.
Well, I've got 10 gold pieces. I'm going to go to the bar and use 5 of it to purchase some libation.
5 gold.
Yeah.
5 of it. You're just gonna purchase half of their ale.
What are you looking for? Specifically.
Specifically, well, it's been a long day. Let's get some whiskey and some dinner.
So
And I got 5 gold to gamble with.
5 gold. You can get a bottle of whiskey, and you can get a gallon of ale.
Done.
He'll toss both those in. I'm like, yeah. He just hands out a gallon of ale, 1 cup. And do you need more?
Yeah, I'll need a couple more cups.
Oh, okay. So I got dealt with dwarfs before. He'll set 2 more cups up.
And then I'll just go and break and just load this to wherever we're sitting down at.
Yeah, cool. You're seeing lots of different things throughout this area. You're seeing half-orcs. You're seeing gnomes. You're seeing Harrigan. You're seeing bugbear. You're seeing Triton. Decent amount of Triton. Lots of humans, elves, sea elves. Just a mix of all different types. Not many weapons on this side. More just, you know, people in kind of common clothes, nothing too crazy. Coin purses out. Just kind of doing their things.
Well, thank you for sharing, Gorak.
Oh, it's my distinct pleasure. It's been a heck of a journey, and we seem to have taken a very interesting and just an interesting turn. See where this is all gonna take us.
I am looking to do some shopping. If you happen to think of anything you would like in our treasure hunt, I can look for you and acquire these things.
I'm always interested in new instruments that I haven't seen yet.
New instruments you haven't seen. I don't know what you have seen or not.
That's fair.
Maybe we take
I don't know what I haven't seen yet either.
Right. Maybe we take a day and go and window
Give-
shop.
Give me a perception. The two of you each have advantage. Actually, no. The two of you each have a +3.
Plus 3.
No, just the two. Oh, all of you guys give me a perception, but the two ladies have a +3.
With the +3, I have a 15.
Yeah, 20.
Not 20.
So 24.
This is perception. You like there.
How to disguise
11,
Ela looks like her normal
14.
self.
Oh, how does you look like? You're not going to be all blue?
No.
Your hair's starting to grow back.
Yeah.
14.
14.
Grows back in a day, doesn't it? Something like that.
Yeah, I
Should
think.
be back.
Yeah, it should be back by now. I think it does say it grows back the next day.
Still fucking blue.
I mean, it doesn't necessarily grows the same. No, I'm just kidding.
Right.
I'm not gonna be that
Got a
guy.
lot of hair.
Yeah,
Either way, how to
but
disguise.
it is all blue. Yeah, but you're how to disguise you. Hat probably looks like a little tiara or something like something.
Yeah.
Nothing, not too extensive. You don't want to just have like a
Little like
hat on.
circlet.
Yeah. Yep, easy enough. All three of you, you'll notice first, you see that there is a Eldrin who's playing music. Really, really fine music.
Sounds kind of like that.
Yeah, off in the area, and there's a couple people gathered around him, and they're just watching. And he's just going to town on a lute, just handling it. But you're noticing he's got this kind of waft of like, it almost looks like lilac purple hair coming back, and you see little sprouts of lilac coming from the sides of his hair coming back. And he's got this like fine vest that's just like ridiculously overly extended cut. You're pretty sure like if he leaned a little bit, you'd see his belly button, and this like crazy
Deep V.
like super deep V cut like vest on. And he's going through, and you're noticing that there's quite a few of the lady folk going around, and you're thinking he kind of reminds you of the picture that she painted. You guys notice as well that there's this absolute like hunk of a Eldrin guy. It's not your brother. He just has not ever seen many like pretty Eldrin dudes, so he's gonna do. But there's this guy just tearing at the lute.
His music reminds me of home.
Indeed.
It's nice.
I agree.
What instruments does he have with him, or is it just his lute?
He has a lute, and then he has a nice backpack set to the side of the stage. And he's just sitting on a stool. The stool's kind of leaning over as he's kind of leaning into it, just playing the guitar. You see the back two legs of the stool are just barely up. Singing a song in Elven, kind of leaning it towards some of the ladies in the audience who are dropping coins into a little thing in front of them. And once they drop the coins, and the coins flash blue for a second, and just kind of fade away.
Some instruments that you have never seen or played strike your interest. Is there anything else?
I mean, I like art of all sorts. Poetry, paintings, anything pretty.
Reading materials,
Yeah,
stuff like that.
yeah,
The finer things in life.
of course.
Gorak, what about you? Is there something you have on your wish list, so to speak, that the great Ela can help provide?
Not in particular at this moment. I have a couple things that I have in the works, but nothing that need be assisted with right now.
As captain, that would have also went and started the getting your area set up.
All right. Well, suit yourself. I will just have to guess then for a gift for you.
I like surprises.
I would like to provide for everyone, since we are starting off fresh.
It's quite generous of you.
Well, thank you.
Absolutely.
We will see if it works out. hopefully, since this place seems to be of the law, things will be of fair trade. Hopefully.
Have to ask. You'll definitely slam down the ale that she has. Are there any drinking games happening?
Give me an investigation.
Oh, great. 6.
6. There are a lot of people drinking heavily, and there are a lot of people playing games.
But not a lot of.
But you're not sure if you're seeing any drinking games specifically.
Per se.
I don't know. You said you're interested in some gambling, correct? Amanita, have you ever gamed before?
And it's not something I do quite often.
Of course, they call it gambling for a reason. There is risk involved, but it can be fun.
I've got 5 gold pieces to my name. I'd like it to be more than that, but again, it's only 5 gold pieces. So let the dice fall as they may.
I mean, with a 6 investigation, do I have any idea what some of the gaming tables are going for? Like what the buy-ins for some
You're
of them are?
seeing copper tables, you're seeing silver tables in this area, but that's all you're really seeing down in this area. You do notice that there are some like balconies with tables on them that are like overlooking the general floor where you're at. And it's easy enough to realize, like you look up there and you're like, the people up there, their clothes look cleaner. They have more hats and stuff like that up there,
Right.
which leads you to think, oh, those guys probably, that's like captains and officers are probably more up there. This is kind of crew down here.
Was our captain with us?
Your captain is with, or it went back with them.
He went back to the ship. Stupid captain.
He's in the room.
Let's be an emo captain.
Yeah.
He's got to work on some things.
He's getting everything all sorted out. He has to make sure he knows what's going on and figure out what you guys are going to do for crew and whatnot.
I already know what I'm getting net.
Nothing. You get him one lock of chain. just one piece of a broken chain.
like a chain link.
Single link.
This was the weakest link. I give it to you. Metaphorically.
I saw that.
And also literally.
I
This
saw
is the
some of
one
that
that
shit
I
the
pulled
other
out
day.
of the chain.
Did not like it.
Made forever rattle in your dreams.
Yeah. Do you want to specifically go out looking for anything?
Try and
Just
find
move around.
maybe a gold beast table. Try our luck at a few hands.
I'm not at all against that. I am not the most adept gambler, but again, I've got these last 5 gold pieces, and see if we can't make them a couple more and ease this stay a little bit.
Try a little bit of luck.
I'll watch you do your thing.
All right.
When you walk around, you see there's card games going on. There's dice games happening. People going through. A couple people drinking heavily. There's a couple of gallons of ale at certain tables and stuff like that. You do see a table that has a dwarf and an orc arguing over something and drinking pretty profusely. Drinking well enough. But it's a female dwarf, you think. I don't know, she says, good beard.
Excellent.
Still, so it's hard to tell, but either a
Dwarfs, man,
full
what are you
beard
gonna
or a
do?
beard over breast. It's hard to tell sometimes when they're, depending on the angle. And then,
Oh, and even then, that long hair wraps around, like, who knows?
yeah. And then,
Very ambiguous.
yeah. You notice it. You can tell that it's a dwarven woman, absolutely. You're like, ooh, look at the beard on that one. And then also a female orc. And they're fighting over something, like, not like angrily, but more so they seem to be debating something underhanded. and just drinking, and they're like laughing, but then going back and going
What
through.
should we do in there?
No dice or cards at that table though.
Should we do nothing?
Other than that, you're seeing just lots of different things happening.
Do you prefer cards or dice?
I'm not particular in either way.
Dice it is.
Hey.
Maybe go treasure hunting.
Go treasure, I mean, if you want, absolutely. You guys can start looking around. Are you
Go
looking
play
for
some
a
pirates.
copper or a silver piece table?
Silver piece, see if we can hustle.
Yeah. You guys can work that.
Unless we can work our way upstairs. Because I don't have silver pieces.
You can go upstairs. You can see that there's some like bartenders who are like walking around, and some people will like pull out a silver piece, and then they'll pull out, hand them some copper pieces at the table. And there's people who are getting up from the table angrily, pulling out like a platinum piece, and he changes it out for all silver pieces, puts it in a bag, and sits back down angrily again.
It's a lot of silver.
Damn.
100 silver. If you're losing,
Yeah.
100 silver disappears really quick.
Yes, it does.
Then yeah, let's change some stuff out and put these middle tables. Get some silver.
Try some silver.
Sure. Absolutely. Definitely an option. Kind of seeing a lot of the same thing going over there. You're seeing lots of people kind of trading stuff. People will walk up and set a bag in front of the table without anything looking at it. Person will look into the bag, set down a gold piece, a little blue flashed on. Things like that. You're not really seeing anything specifically, but just that's one of the things that you catch directly is that there's lots of little trades going, and people palming things to each other and stuff happening. Every once in a while, somebody will walk over and like palm something, and somebody will walk over and they'll set a backpack by a table and walk away, and the person will get that backpack and walk off. And typically, that's generally the type of stuff you're noticing. Aside from that, people are also playing cards and drinking and eating and playing music, but you're really catching that there's lots of trades and things happening there.
Yeah. Sit down at a table for pirates.
Just kind of hover behind my friends.
You want to sit down and play some pirates?
No, I'm just gonna watch at least the first one.
Okay. Sitting at the silver table. So you see there is a little guy who's just laughing to himself hysterically. Just dark white hair that seems to be kind of pulled back, but like little jets of it like spike out as well, trying to go back into like a tuft, and it's just not quite long enough to put to the back yet. Deep gray skin, looks kind of like a gnome, but just very dark gray skin, white hair, kind of grayish eyes, white eyebrows, little really fine kept white goatee, a little bit of white stubble coming in. And he's just kind of laughing as the person sits back down angrily. So you brought me more coin. Thank you, buddy. I'm just going to have to get up and trade this in. I could have just taken the platinum and called it taken. You guys kind of sit down at that table as well. There's now, with that, there are 3 people, and then the 2 of you at the table.
5 of us.
And they're playing pirates. You sit down. They say, "Oh, are you guys here for some pirates?"
Absolutely.
Well, I have to warn you. I don't want to get in trouble for robbing you, but it's kind of what I do.
Oh, luck is on our side, Jose.
Well, it's fine. Just know that when you sit down, you're agreeing to give me your money.
That is not at all what is happening. You may think it is.
I don't want my head to pop. I don't want dice on my dice or down to the bottom.
Well, so long as you are not cheating this man out of his money, you're at home.
Well, if I were to cheat, my head would pop. I'm just lucky.
It really sounds like you'll be giving us your money, and we'll see what does I say.
Absolutely. Well, so we are doing just a general silver game, no ups, no antes, silver in, 5 rounds.
Sure.
All right. Well, then, and now each person puts in 1 silver. There's a little kind of clay pot in the center. Drop the silver pieces in. That's a total of 5 silver goes in, 1 silver off for each of you. And then everybody, you can see the pot glows slightly blue for a second.
Okay.
And then I throw my dice somewhere.
Throw them on the floor. Don't need that dice.
And
Since we roll.
round 1.
It's not looking good so far.
Well, you got your crew.
Second round.
Ship, I think.
Thought the ship
No,
was
that is
6.
That is 6. The ship is 5. Captains. Hey, there we go.
There he goes.
Now, second rounds, I have captain, ship, and crew.
You have captain, ship, crew. Third round.
Third round. That is no good. Roll. Fingers crossed.
Now is third, yes.
Yes.
Fourth round.
We are showing a 17.
You better keep your 5.
That is rough.
I've got 2 that still aren't even off the docks yet. That makes you feel better. That was third?
That was the 4th.
That was fourth, so 5th round. Hey.
Just an 11.
And then, hey. 5. Yeah, so I've got a 17 showing.
17 wins it.
Yeah.
17. And the human who had just got up and got the silver pulls off and said, "My luck's changing." Pulls the pot out. Now that my luck's better, do you want to join us for some pirates? Or you just gonna watch?
I think I prefer to just watch.
Alright. So set up. Everybody drops a silver piece in.
Another one in. Hey, there we go. Right off the rip.
So the rules of pirates
Captain,
are
ship, and a crew.
relatively simple. So what you're trying to do is you're trying to get a ship captain, a ship, and a crew, and treasure. So what you have to do is you have to get a captain, a ship, and a crew before you can go adventuring. A captain is a 6, a ship is a 5, and a crew is a 4. If you don't have a captain, a ship, and a crew, then you can't adventure. So you can't hold any dice until you get your captain, your ship, and your crew. So we've got that set. You're already off the docks. Once you get a captain, ship, and crew, you're off the docks. So now you have 5 rounds to roll to get the best treasure that you can. So now he has 4 full rounds to just treasure hunt, which gives him a lot of
Not like this.
advantage.
In theory.
Round 2, this
Not
guy gets
like
his
that.
captain, ship, and crew, so he can start. Now, because he didn't have it yet, he has to toss these numbers off the deck, or off the docks, and still on the docks. Round 3.
There you go.
There
There
we
you
go.
go.
That is nice.
That sounds
Cool.
good.
We are sitting at the 12.
2 more chances.
Well,
12
show
showed.
12. Heard.
That's
Third round.
17.
17 showing. Off the docks, finally. No, not off the docks. What was it? Nothing.
I will stay there.
Gonna stay at the 17. I'll split the pot with you. No, he'll go take it. Screw it. No.
Your
Yeah.
luck is changing,
Yeah,
friend.
screw it. My luck is changing.
Give it your best shot.
But I'm gonna be smart. I'm gonna split it with you.
Are you alright? I'll take your money.
This is the fifth.
This is the
The
fourth.
This is fourth. This is
No, that's the fifth.
this is the fifth round. Yeah.
That's the fifth.
Is it?
Yeah. This
Oh,
is
it
the
is.
fifth
Yeah,
round. Yep. And this guy,
That poor guy never got out.
he rolled so many sixes and never got anything set. We've got a 16
And
showing,
there's such thing as too many sixes.
and he does not.
Of course, you only get that
Gotcha.
while you're trying to get your partnership of crew.
Mhm.
Once you start going for birdie, never shows up.
Yeah, exactly.
So I'm up.
So then you take the 5. So you pay 2, so you're up 3. All right. We got some people who came here to win. They'll throw another silver piece in. The deep gnome says, "I'm Wenrich, by the way."
Wenrich,
Absolutely.
you may call me Ila. My friends call me the Great Ila.
Well, I will call you 11. I would hate to be too friendly while taking all your money.
So far, all you've done is give it.
Nothing. Next 2. And
Hidden crew.
wait, no, this is this dice
Just
though.
need a captain. Hopefully finds one better than that.
Who is that?
He is a troubled friend attempting to captain a battle blimp.
Oh, you guys are that blimp that showed up the other day.
The White Betty, you noticed us?
I noticed the ship. I didn't notice any Bettys. You need to paint your name on the side if you're going to be on that fun thing.
Oh, we are working on it.
Oh, yeah. So you're kind of limping along. You looking for some help there? Third round?
Crew would be nice.
Well, I got a captainship and crew here. If you're ever looking for some crew, I'm always looking for a good way to get off the island for a little while. If at all possible.
We have,
This is the fourth round.
This is the third round. This should be the third round.
Was just the third round.
That was
was
just the
just-
third. Yeah, sorry.
This is the fourth.
This is the fourth, yes.
Shit.
my
This
totals on
guy's
to my
walking
10.
off the table after this.
We'll go roll this.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm always interested in looking for work. Hey,
I'm showing a 14.
I've only got a 10.
Hello?
Oh,
Thank you.
Good. Slides it in.
That's the second time you have given me your money.
Absolutely.
You might need some work.
This guy gets up and walks off the table like, I don't got it in me, boys. Have a good night. I'll be back tomorrow. And he leads off. Give me a perception.
4. You look so perceptive.
18.
She's the most perceptive.
Apparently.
19.
The two of you guys will notice. There's a little bit of a commotion over towards the front of the one of the entrances. As somebody's kind of like, look, we told you, it's nothing personal. Head to the South Docks. We just don't need you up here. And you see a guy just turn away, and as it turns away, you just see like, looks like the back of the head is just like, maybe like a clay, like a grayish clay rock, just like looks like a plate on the back of his head. You just see it just for a moment.
Well, we are having lots of upgrades, Aban, to the Betty White. We are here for another 25 days or so.
Well, if you're not sick of me by then perhaps we'll go. Unfortunately, one of our buddies left. Did you guys want to make it 2 silver? Or did you want to sit down, try a round?
I'm not much of a gambler.
Understand.
I could do 2 silver.
Yeah, let's do it then.
Zero up. Captain and a crew.
Loaded, baby.
Woo. Got them all over there, huh?
Yeah. Finally.
Second round.
I'm rolling lots of 6s, but not getting my shield.
11 up.
Third round.
This is not looking good.
17 up.
Ooh.
17. Might as well hand you the money now.
You gonna stay on the 17?
Yeah.
Do it. The fourth
Fourth round.
ship, please. Thank you. Come on, 666s. This is all of the luck. Right here.
Triple ones.
Final.
It's a tie though.
Is it 10? Oh, it was split it.
So you guys will split it so you each take 5.
Well, we did 2, 4, 6, 8.
Or, sorry, it's just 8. So you each take 4. That's right, the last person got
I
it.
lose 2.
Yes. That's fine. I'll have to, I'll have to meet up with you guys then, but
Sure.
for now, I'm going to head off and call it a night before sun sets.
Of course. Until next time. When
course.
rich?
When rich. I'll be around. If you're looking for somebody, you'll find me.
Of course.
And the table kind of clears off unless you guys want to gamble amongst each other for now. But you're seeing different things going on.
Well, we at least have a small lead that we can follow up with as far as crew and captain, all that is concerned. Made a little bit of money. What about you, Golrak?
Not 9 silver pieces.
So you are
Yeah.
down 1.
No, I'm up 5.
You are up 5
Yeah.
from where you were. That is nice. All right.
Good job, buddy.
Where are you at?
I'm up 5.
No?
Perfect.
It's harder to win money, like seriously, without the advantage of having somebody with a charlatan's die.
Mhm.
No, I mean, it's good.
I might cash in for the night and then shop tomorrow,
Hell
or
yeah.
at least take a look around.
She'll go back to the Dragon's Anchor.
Separate side note, the abs are up.
Nice.
Nice.
Stanley Cup.
I don't understand.
I don't either, but his cup's a weird looking trophy.
Stanley. What is it, Stanley Tucci?
This cup is big and golden.
No, Stanley Tucci makes me
Big
kind of
and silver.
uncomfortable.
Okay.
Big and
I don't know why. Like, I can't put my finger on it.
It's fine.
Something about his glasses, I guess. And I like glasses mostly. It's just, I don't know, Stanley Tucci.
Should I?
No. I like glasses. It's just that there's something about Stanley Tucci that's just off-putting to me. It's just him.
You guys are not on here. You guys are here.
You're way over there.
Sheila's gonna spend a lot of time reading her book on the Married,
Her. Yeah, absolutely.
including checking in as often as she can about that armor.
2-0.
Oh, the score.
I just have the
I got
score-
distracted again.
I
was like, wait,
I just
two
have a
what?
score update on my phone. Take this off.
Warm. I'll get the AC set up for next week. That little box. We're supposed to also be putting the AC upstairs, which would be nice because circulation.
Getting all the airflow going.
When it's cold upstairs, it cools off down here, but when it's just hot up there, just nothing down here. As you guys leave, you will notice, again, there's some people like shouting and arguing about something near the docks. If you want to look into that, otherwise you can head to the Dragon's Anchor.
Nighty night. Heading to bed.
Rather not get ourselves into trouble on the first night.
We gotta.
Wait till the second night to get in trouble.
Yeah, we got 3 weeks to get in trouble.
Absolutely.
3 weeks.
It is
3 weeks.
inevitable.
2.5 weeks. Well, 5 weeks.
Sun's starting to set, so you guys can. I mean, it's still early in the day, but you guys also traveled during the day, and you were running behind, so you're pushing it pretty heavy. So you can call it an early night. You head in. It's about. You're noticing the sun's starting to set. You're not sure exactly how far or where you're going to find this place, so you probably head out.
Yes.
Sure.
Have you gone up there looking for the Ward Estate?
Absolutely. Right after you pass the DrakenGuard Keep, you'll find the Ward Estate. It's building right here, past this major keep.
Anyone want a drink?
I'll take a mango. Top off.
I'll have a mango as well.
What are the other options?
I think there's thrash and apple, one regular dew,
Apple.
and one cherry Pepsi.
Apple, the apple.
So he'll walk up to the gate at the Ward Estate.
Okay.
And he's over there.
There's a gate. It's open, and you see just a human kind of leaning up against the open gate.
He's doing his normal sneaky thing up to there, but once he comes up to there, he'll step out. Good evening, good sir. I am here to speak with Mr. West.
Ah, yes. Wes told me you would be accompanying us for dinner. You're here to talk business.
Yes, sir.
Wonderful. Well, the rest are inside. I guess there's a fine feast being presented. If you would like, you can head on in. And they'll just kind of like point you to the front door.
Thank you.
You get to the front door. As you walk up, it opens up, and you see a water Nasty. Kind of nice clothes, not as nice necessarily as what West was wearing, but decent little bow tie. Opens the door and goes, "Your name, sir?"
Most everybody calls me Quiz.
Quiz. He takes like 2 steps in the door. Announcing, Quiz. He walks over and pulls the door open for you again.
Wow, that's fancy.
This will be a written test, by the way.
There's a small little area and some people walking about. You're seeing that there's tables with meats and cheeses and fruits and all strange things. Lots of weird shells that have meats packed into them and stuff. I'm guessing probably like fine cuisine from deep sea creatures. But there's a few people walking around. You see that there are 2. West is there. He's speaking with, if I can find, yes. He is speaking with an elven person, and standing next to him is a older water ganassi. And then there's another one off to the side who seems to be more interested in eating until you walk in, and then he kind of slowly walks towards them as they're going through. A couple servants around moving things, a couple of other people, you're guessing they're dressed as the same way that this elven person is dressed, moving about, but West, the elf, and the older female are speaking now as the younger one kind of walks like halfway, like matching your pace between them.
Well, Quiz, seeing that West is talking, is not going to interrupt them, so he's going to look at some of the foods and sample some of that.
West will acknowledge you, and he continues to talk for a moment. He goes, "Quiz, join us.
Thank you, sir.
May I introduce to you Lord Volm Telefort?" And he elven figure says, "Good to meet you, Sir Quiz.
Good to meet you, sir.
Well, as much as I like the cuisine, I hear that you're potentially looking for fine elven armor.
You thinking of making a purchase?
There's definitely options available. The lady steps in and goes, your manners, sir. I am Ryland Ward. You've met my son West. We welcome you to the Ward Estates.
It is an honor, my lady.
We have fine cuisine plucked from the deepest of the oceans. Feel free to enjoy yourself. We can talk business, or we can, get to know each other a little bit first.
I've always been more for business than for socializing.
In the Volm will lean in and he goes, I don't want to eat their food as much either. No offense, I prefer Elven.
I like good seafood.
He takes it.
Again, the whole crawling thing applies to it as well.
He says, I assure you, nothing here is crawling. Nothing here is spoiled, nor infested.
That is something I'd be interested
in. Lord Vom looks at you. So tell me, what is it that you do? Quiz?
Well, nothing really in particular. I've just been recently uprooted from my home and have managed to find my way here. By a bit of luck, I might say.
Well, if your purse is as heavy as I'm led to believe, then
somebody speaks.
If your purse wasn't as heavy as it potentially could be, we would not be having this dinner, and I would not have brought down my finest statue.
Not heavy. I try to keep it light.
Well, still. The reason I ask you is I adventured quite a bit in my younger years. I've been from the Feywild to the Shadowfell, back again. I've sailed aboard ships before I finally settled down here, where I find no one is really looking for me anymore, luckily. And if anybody does find me here, they can't really do much about it.
I was noticing that I've got 3 separate entities looking for me. I'm not proud of it, but it's the way it is.
Well, if you have somebody looking for you, then you're doing things right. If no one's looking for you, are you really living life?
That's what I figure.
I would hate to sell something as fine as my old armor to anybody less than worthy. May I ask, if you don't mind being frank, which 3 entities are looking for you?
The Jern Hell Thieves Guild, the captain and crew of the Black Betty, and pretty much the entire military of Ternopolis.
Oh. Well, I can't tell you that the black...
Maybe that was a little too much. Like, oh shit, dude! Get the fuck off my island!
I don't know. Well, this isn't his island. No.
But still,
he's just one
more
of
so
the
than his,
lords. Yeah.
more so than his quiz island.
Yeah. The bounty brokers, I've heard of them before. They seem to be popping up for the most part.
Sure they are.
Sure.
I cannot tell you I've heard anything about this Black Betty ship. So, I mean...
I have to give them credit. They did rescue me after the hurricane.
No, that's...
But we've since parted ways.
But Chronopolis, the entire Chronopolis military looking for you.
I suspect.
Well, that's interesting, to say the least. Quite a feat. Do you deserve them looking for you?
I suspect so.
Well, in that case, it sounds very interesting. I mean, we have trade with Chronopolis, so I guess worst case scenario, if you did happen to get caught by them, and you weren't worthy for my army, or for my armor, then I could easily just purchase it back from them.
Reacquire it, as it were.
Absolutely. I'd be willing to sell you my armor for, if you have them. I don't know what you're dealing with. I know what you've dealt with thus far, but I would be willing to sell it to you for 250 black pearls. I do want to build up my estate a little bit more.
Well, as interested in it as I am, I would certainly like to see it first.
I would expect nothing else. And he turns to you, and just all of his, like, the fancy, nice clothes just disappear, and he's wearing this black, fine cut leather armor, tight straps pulling through, just fine, like black leaves, like each of the leather straps ends off in like this black leaf, really fine silver buckles. And as he does that, it looks like he ages about a century. Gets like significantly older. You watch as his like kind of fine black hair just kind of grays just enough for an elf to be like, okay, yeah, that's significantly older.
Super really older.
Going from just pure black to
Right.
like a good salt and pepper. This is my armor. I hope you don't mind. I
Did that when he put it on?
chose to.
He said, did that when he put it on?
He can make himself look however he
Okay.
wants.
I know. I was just curious. Like, okay, I mean, that's how he wants to look. That's look curious.
I wanted to remember my good days one last time before I did this. And I'll start to, a couple of people come over and they start taking the armor off and going through and laying it out in front of you.
Yes, sir. I heard that there was more to it than just the armor.
So in addition to the fact that this armor can look as any clothes you want, it can also alter your appearance. The nice thing with this is that it's not just your typical illusory magic, but it is a combination of illusion with abjuration and evocation that actually creates a field around you. So when you create a different form, it has the temperature and the feel of what you're looking for. So whereas normal caps and stuff like that can make you look different, if you look larger, somebody can walk up and touch you and know that you're not that size. But this will create a force around you. So as long as your body is within that force, it can't necessarily make you smaller. You shouldn't have an issue with that, no offense, but it can make you
Damn.
somewhat larger.
It's cold. Not offended by the true.
And it'll actually feel and produce the effects of looking that size. In addition to this, this armor does not wish to be found. It guards the wearer so that while you wear the armor, it
Is it
blends
sentient?
in.
Is it sentient?
It is not sentient. No.
It is
But it works, it has magics that observe the surrounding environment. It is incapable of making the slightest bit of noise as per fine elven craftsmanship. It blends with your surroundings to make it ever more difficult for you to be seen. In addition to that, The intricate buckles and belts tied into it have magics that keep you from being able to be detected. Creatures can't know where you're at, nor can they find anything on your persons. People can't reach into your mind unless you will them to. It's a fine armor, and I would hate to give it up to somebody who's not worthy, but I'd love to see the Chronopolis army try to find you wearing this.
It would definitely make it much more interesting. I do believe I would be interested in purchasing it. For what you asked for it.
Yeah?
When would you like to make the transaction?
I would be willing to make it as soon as you are available. It's up to you. I have the armor here.
Obviously, you're just wearing it.
Do you have the pearls here?
In fact, I do.
Do you have the pearls or just the diamonds?
The pearls.
Okay. Well,
I'm trying to lighten the weight of pearls that I'd be carrying.
nice thing with this is that when you're done, nobody will really care what you're wearing or carrying. They won't be able to find it, especially if you put it in one of these pockets. By the way, and he'll reach in and he'll pulls a long sword out of one of the pockets.
Oh, pockets
Tucks it in.
folding. That's cool.
That's a nice trick.
Some nifty pockets.
Indeed.
Absolutely. I'd be more than willing to trade then.
As would I.
But it's fair to you. And he will. A servant comes out, and he'll fold it up and get it like all set and prepared for you. West will kind of just look at you. Hope that this was satisfactory for you.
Indeed.
This meeting. I was going to just get the armor, but he insisted on speaking with you himself.
I find that to be satisfactory. And for your services, sir, I do appreciate it. Drops 5 pearls in his hand.
5 pearls? Absolutely. Take it. I'll pocket those. Thank you. And then they'll count out. Yeah, they'll count out 250. They'll get it all set, and then they will give you the armor. His servants kind of back off. He's like, if you don't mind. And then he'll like kind of hold up the armor, the thing, and he'll actually help you kind of.
Right.
His servants will help you take off like the studded leather you have, and he'll help you kind of put it on. Tucks it in and he goes, well, welcome to the finest suit you will ever wear.
It feels marvelous.
And it feels light, you know. And they'll get it all set, and as soon as it's on you, you can feel it just kind of, there's a warmth as it's kind of getting a feel for you as much as you're kind of getting a feel for it. It does require attunement over the next hour you kind of go through, but at that point you can make it look and make yourself look any way you wish.
Make it look nice like it was on.
So you make it look like the nice armor?
Yeah.
Yeah.
While he's here.
Yeah. Of course. They continue to eat, and Lord Telford tells stories of adventures he's been on and things he's done. They eat for a short bit. He's mostly eating like the fruits and stuff like that, avoiding the weird meats that are white and grays and such.
Quiz eating all that shit up.
But yeah, so you have a fine meal, and then they will kind of call the day. Rylan will say, well, if you guys are done with business, I thank you guys for joining us, but I think we'll clean up and call it an evening.
Thank you for your hospitality.
Of course. It's a pleasure doing business.
Indeed.
You'll kind of be escorted out of the States. As you do, Lord Telford kind of walks over and puts his hand on your shoulder. And he walks with you a little bit, just about 50 feet, and he says, just don't make me regret this.
No, sir. I prefer remaining out of sight.
Stay out of sight, but have some good stories to tell about it.
I'll be back occasionally to tell you stories.
Well, I'm retired here, and I've got a long time ahead of me still.
You look like you've done well for yourself.
Absolutely.
And if you had anybody looking for you, this is definitely the place to be.
Well, this is the place to come when it's not as much as someone's looking for me as much as I'm just done with having to hide. No one can find me here anyways, especially if I stay in my home. And so I'm good. My adventuring days are behind me. Enjoy the life I have here, but I'll have to come and visit from time to time.
Yes, sir. I will not forget to stop by.
Well, my door's always open to you, Wiz. And I'll walk into the estates next to here. There's there's one building in between, which is just like a gray stone building with, so you have these really nice metal fences around two like mansions. And then in the middle you have a reinforced like steel fence with like spikes on the inside of it.
Like
and
a
then
prison.
just this gray building. And it does. It looks like it's a prison, pretty much.
That's
That's the if I can find it. It's the Black Watch Guard House. So it is the official like major prison, and also where all the guards work and stuff like that for the island. And you'll see from time to time people coming and going. Just they don't look too specific, but it's just all black garb with a little crest that has like a gray dragon skull with two blue eyes on a black emblem. So, just kind of feels like they're kind of like the local guard. But you'll, Lord Voln Telford returns to his estate, and you are now out front by yourself in newfound armor, which I will add on to your sheet. But the things that are on there now, it does what those do, and a little bit more. So I'll put it on there and show.
He's gonna. Well, before he leaves, Lord Telford goes, I have these coins I was given when my ship was at the docks. Not sure where I do or where to go with them. Is
Oh.
it for the
Dragon's
hotel
Anchor. Dragon's Anchor is just down the hill. Nice place to stay. That'll get you to stay while I'm guessing your ship's being upgraded.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I'm glad your ship's being upgraded. Are you doing weapons upgrades to your ship?
Not sure. There's the party that I'm with. They're kind of in charge of it.
Well, if you've got anything, I would love to do more business. I own the Cord's Blessing. I also have a stake in Draken Blades and Draken Scale armor, so obviously you don't need any armors. But if you need any weapons, feel free to purchase from any of these areas. Just like if you buy from those buildings, because then some of that coin comes back to me.
Obviously, sir.
There's nothing in the armory that's going to stand up to that, though.
I would hope not.
And he goes, I'm going to have to fix that, too. As he kind of walks into the gate, and you see that there's a statue in the front of him, but it's the most intricate statue you could imagine. You see, like, the details in the hands, the fingernails carved out, his hair coming back. The entire torso and legs of it, though, are just, like, smooth. like there's nothing else
Right,
to it.
yeah.
But, yeah.
Maybe you can fancy that up a little bit more now.
I'll have to get my sculptors on it. I feel like I could probably get something done from the Blackstone estate. They do some pretty good things with figureheads. They're good with statues and stuff. We'll probably get them to carve me something nice.
Some amazing carving.
Yeah. Well, good day to you, sir.
Good day. Good business with you.
Head back in? Yeah.
He'll go on down to the inn.
Head on down to the inn? Yeah? No. As you get to the inn, they'll tell you.
Switch that to his normal grab.
Just makes the little call normal. Yeah. Do you you have a backpack on, I'm guessing?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Anything you want to put, you have 4 pockets on the vest, 2 kind of like breast pockets, and then 2 like side pockets, which are basically bags of holding. So.
That's freaking sweet.
Shit.
So yeah, you can whatever you want to put into those, you
Right.
can load up. You almost have this like feeling too while you're wearing the armor that you're kind of, you know that there's 4 bags and that they're kind of just empty, and you just have this like awareness of what's in your pockets, and more so just that there's nothing. But if you put something in there, you have kind of that awareness, and you're like, there's a pearl in that pocket, and you kind of get that feeling like as you like go to it, like it's ready. So you can quickly
If you were handy,
put stuff.
haversacks. on that.
Basically, but they're the size of bags of holding. But yeah, so yeah, you got the Telford armor for now.
Nice.
But yeah, so you go back in, and the rest of them are up in the room, and you get kind of brought up to where the room is.
He'll walk in and look around. Is it like open with beds, or how is it?
There are a couple beds. There are some hammocks hanging, but for the most part, there's like 6 really nice beds, and then 4 like pretty nice like hammocks that have like pillows and stuff added to them. Wood along the edge of the hammock to like pull them and hold them open and wide, so they're a little bit more comfortable. Towards the center of the room, and you could pull and move the hammocks and move or like arrange tables just kind of wherever you need. It's set up for 10 people right now because you guys haven't necessarily changed that, unless you want to.
Not particularly.
There's only 7 of you, so you could pull down 3 of the hammocks if you wanted. I don't know who specifically wants to sleep in a hammock. Right now, though, most of the people would be in beds. Unless, did somebody specifically want to go for a hammock?
I don't mind the hammock.
I don't either. I actually prefer hammock.
Well, if you prefer it, then you can have it.
So yeah, he's kind of chilling in the hammock. Hila's reading, kind of getting things settled up. Mickey's polishing his armor. You come in. Oh, hello, please.
Hello. Is this bed taken?
It is there for you. Did you discover anything in request for a crew?
I did find a impeccable place to get armaments for a ship.
Really? Armaments like weapons for
Oh,
the ship?
yes.
Okay.
Not so much for the crew.
No. So sorry. We have met someone, a deep gnome, Wenrich, who says he is here with a captain and crew that are looking for a ship. So we have one lead.
Well then, for the search for the captain and crew, you definitely did better than I did.
This is no competition. We are here for a while, so
thought we were just looking for a crew. Are we looking for a captain?
No, but he has a captain, and with a little bit of money or persuading, maybe the captain could be first mate to Net.
This is from Nat, yeah. Nat's like, wait, are we looking for a
Right.
captain?
Yeah.
He's like, no, like
for a
books and
second.
stuff like that. No, sorry. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, it is, options that we can explore. No, I have
And we've
an
only-
idea
only been
for
here for a
you,
day.
Captain Net.
Okay.
Yeah. Mickey was like, what I remember, I thought that we had a legendary first mate already established.
Mickey, you cannot always be on the ship. Sometimes we need a first mate always on the ship.
No, it's not about obviously. My thoughts exactly. Exactly what I was thinking. What kind of armaments?
I've only heard about them. I've not asked about them. I didn't know what you would be looking for.
Oh,
But whatever we're looking for, they have it.
cool. You should have seen, or he didn't see her. It's like they were telling me, Nat was describing some of the stuff they could do. It's crazy. Wish I still had my pride silk, I could sell it off and get some done. Sadly, I don't have. You know what I was thinking though is like, Norin brought up DrakenGuard Island and like how we should come to DrakenGuard Island. We were on the ship when he brought that up. Do you think Betty's coming here? Black Betty, not Betty White. Betty White's already here. Do you think Black Betty's coming here for us?
I was imagine that, yeah. But they have no way of
Well-
aggressing upon us if we are here.
Also,
It's a straight line
We have-
between those dots, and it's not a very long distance.
we have absolutely no reason to believe that they'd be coming after us. We have nothing important to them on their quest. We were expendable crew.
But we took the
We,
ship
we
and
took
then
we took off and we
took the
definitely
ship that
violated
they
the
were
plan.
fully expecting to have
But
control of.
we don't have any of the pieces to the puzzle. We don't have any of the. we don't
Norin
have
sets
anything.
down his book and it opens it up and you see there's the etching
Yeah, I
of
know.
the two pieces. This is like, if it's a teleportation circle, we've got all we need of the two pieces.
Well, they don't specifically know that we have that.
Mickey's like holds up like a book that he has and he's like the drawings and he's like we all were like encouraged to know what we were doing and we kind of were there when they studied.
Yeah, I would say they will try to find us. They will not try to find us here. They know better. They don't have muscle enough.
They can find us here.
They just can't do anything about it.
But
Exactly.
also
They can use a lot of harsh language, but that's
And
about
if
it.
they send them here, then we can liberate them.
they were also you guys said that you're expendable. Wouldn't they be needing that again, if nothing else?
Oh, I'm
Very
sure
much.
they will find another crew.
I mean, isn't that why we're
That's-
here? Isn't that what
that's-
happens here? Isn't this
he's
the place to come
absolutely
for
right.
a crew? I was thinking about it. I mean, I don't really know if that's the type of thing that I should be focused on, but my first mate duties is like I should be
Well-
paying attention to what's happening first, and the first thought that I had was that obviously
That's a good job, Mickey.
Well, Mickey, we
We
are
understand.
We could be-
definitely
just
kind
be ready.
of stuck here for a certain amount of time.
Net told me some guy's head exploded.
Uh-huh.
That was pretty
Who's gonna
wild.
mess up his bed? Just like ruffle it all up, lay down in it, and disappear?
I don't care what y'all are talking about.
He messes up the bed, and you guys like look over to the bed, and it looks like there's just a pile of blankets there. There's nobody in the bed though. It doesn't look like it.
Gone.
Yeah.
All right, well, I guess quiz is somewhere else.
Roll me a d20 real quick.
Not great. I'm looking at the 20, but it's an 8.
Yeah, it's fine. 23. 23 stuff.
Couldn't see if I tried.
And she's not.
It's not true.
I'm not so much concerned with the Black Betty. they will have it out for us, and I want to help them, but I don't take them to be a threat.
Not in our current state.
Or
in our current location.
And
Yeah.
from the messed up bed, don't underestimate them.
Oh, I have no intention of doing that.
I underestimate no one, but I do measure their worth.
Likewise.
Give me a intelligence check.
9.
Now that you're like laying in bed, you're like, you feel like you're like, wait, when and I don't know if what you would do with this information, but you're like, it just kind of comes to mind. You're like, wait, when I was at the ward stage, when the lady ward said goodbye to Telford, she said something about Moot's blessing upon him. If there's anything you would do, you're just kind of, it probably just was in the background, but talking to her now, you're like, wait, he did say something like that.
What blessing?
Moot's blessing on you. It's something that you've heard
Dang shifty guys.
Lauren and Ela talk about. If there's anything you do with that, if not.
Would it be a good thing to have a Moot's blessing? He just says.
Moot's blessing? Or
Lauren's like,
Moot's
yeah.
blessing?
It's like, yeah, sure. This is good. This is gonna go to a weird area.
Moot is said to be the reason that we are all hydrated. Moot is the water, the rain.
The ocean.
Moot is inside of us, some people believe.
Consensually.
That is completely
Wait.
bullshit.
Sounds like a rape to me.
That is, yeah, it is not consensual, I will tell you that.
Moot blesses us with water. He's not actually the water that is blessed upon us. In some cultures, in far off lands.
My people from home, the people of the Golden Castle,
Isn't he speaking of the desert?
of course, they worship these gods of the elements. Moot is the one of water. Also, champion leader of the married enemy of the tribe of my family, my people. Not of the Golden Sons, necessarily, but they are said to be in direct opposition to my family.
Well, Moot's blessing is also upgrading our ship. And buying us a crew. So I would say Moot's blessing is a good thing to have on us.
I was thinking you could take it either way, but if it's a good thing, it's a good thing.
We will take good fortune when it comes to
It's a
us.
good thing.
I still would like proof.
Worth sticking
Norton,
up.
you show up with gifts.
My brain's weird.
Tell us to turn tail and run against our old crew. Coming back looking more like a monster than ever.
Less like the monster than the thing that I killed aboard the Betty White.
Absolutely. That is true.
That creature was an abjurant creature.
Yes.
Not natural.
And I sent
just
him to
a
be
deep
more
creature.
useful somewhere else.
Me too. I just
Yeah, you did.
Good job.
I was told stories while creatures enhanced my body. They told stories of Geb and his teachings. They told stories of Moot and his teachings. They read for me that book that you read. If you read it, you'll find that there are stories in there of Geb and his teaching of only the strongest survive. And Moot, who believes if you are strong, you will survive. Whereas they may be very similar, they are very opposite in certain ways. Geb believes that if somebody is becoming as strong as you, you cut them down so they cannot potentially one day be stronger than you. Moot teaches that if somebody's becoming stronger, you become allies with them so that you grow in strength. I guess that's why the oceans are plentiful and the deserts are barren. It's the ideology.
Burn.
The
You're right.
point you are making
There's-
aligns with
Plenty of water in the oceans. Try drinking it and surviving off of it.
right.
You're literally telling that he's got like tentacle face,
Yeah.
tentacle arms and stuff like that. He's like,
I'm
I'm fine with that.
It's totally cool. Totally fine.
Moot would sooner
Speaking for
see
myself.
Like his armor's like salt encrusted. His cape is just literally like has specks of white on it. Like he's just covered in salt
Yeah.
water. Like
Moot would sooner see you drown and shrivel up with salt and crushing waves and hoard your treasures before giving them freely to, you know, squid people, apparently.
none of the teachings that we've read from Moot say anything about they talk about testing yourself, being strong, so that you can survive in the oceans.
Got to test yourself every day.
Of course.
Nothing of it talks about hoarding wealth. Geb's the only one who speaks of wealth.
Yes.
Moot speaks of bounty. These are not the same things. You mention water. If you are out on the ocean with nothing but salt water, Moot's bounty could be a rainstorm to fill your barrels with fresh drinkable water.
I found he was not smiling on me
I'm just saying,
while I
though,
spent my time on the plank.
here you are.
Somebody found me, but it wasn't rainwater.
May I mention, just think about it. If you were on that plank and you had the little box you carried with you, if the rain fell on you and if gold fell on you, which would you consider a bounty?
The rain.
And that's Moot's blessing, as opposed to Geb's blessing.
Geb does not rain gold from the sky.
Yeah, that's what's
Otherwise, everyone would worship
Geb would
Geb.
never give you a gold piece.
Geb has given me many.
What have you given him for those?
Useful servants who are not useful in life.
How many gold piece would he have given you for Mickey?
Nothing.
For Muck.
For now,
They both
something.
had little bits of stuff
Yeah.
about them.
For now, something.
They both have like a couple gold around them. So think of what he's offered versus what you know they're worth. He's offered one thing and he'd give you what, gold for them? Honestly, just being around you, Mickey, is priceless to me. Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of think of legends. I wouldn't say priceless. I mean, I think it was 1,000 gold that I paid for myself.
Mickey,
right?
you have grown. I told you this. You are priceless, I would say. one of my only, I feel, true friends.
Well, I mean, a loyal knight, of course. I know. I like sharing, though. That's a good idea.
It is.
I mean, on a side note. You know, I guess it kind of all works out, because if I would have still had the gold and wasn't free, I guess I wouldn't have the gold now, because it'd be on Betty. By the way, do we want to make a plan for if Betty shows up? Or I'll work on it. You guys just let me know. He pulls out a piece of paper and starts writing something down.
We can buy him around to the crappiest ale they have.
If the Black Betty shows up,
For sure they'll get no hard
you
feelings.
get me, and we attempt to liberate. We find and hire whoever we can to check out if our story is true in order to rid them of their domination curse. Those people aboard don't deserve to be enslaved.
Muck will kind of lean him. They definitely don't. They're good people. I would have to say that I do think that to free them from the creature that was on board. By the way, what did we do with its body? Is its body still in the hole? We put it in the hole. Do we? It's probably fine.
Is it illicit?
Illicit.
He's gone.
It was.
now.
He became desiccated, so it's like a mummy. And then you guys they're like, "I'll just put it in the hole for now."
Over time, it turns to dust.
It would.
Right.
At this point, it definitely would still just be. I mean, it rots significantly faster, but it's still an illithid. You basically have like an illithid mummy that's not
Oh,
wrapped
we
up.
would not have left it
Okay.
as a
What did you
corpse.
guys want to do?
Because that's what I was gonna say. Is like they already have our shit. Like if we
What-
left that
what
in
would
there,
you-
like
what do you
they're
guys
definitely
want?
gonna see that shit.
Literally just obliterate it, turn it to ash.
Okay, so
Yeah.
you would have taken. Okay, then it's
Vaporize.
fine.
Yeah.
Yes. Either ways, that creature
Smash
that
it with a hammer.
So, yeah, so the creature that you the creature that you destroyed was the mind flare. I know that their their abilities are far greater than anything that I have, and I'm a ship surgeon. Unless, I mean, I can try to be a
Most of
ship
us
surgeon,
have
but if we can find somebody, I would make a much better surgeon's apprentice. And then assistant. I was really good at assisting Dorgo. I don't know that I could do everything Dorgo did.
Zorgo was really great.
We could talk about freeing them, but we would have to find out more about what mind flayers are and how they are controlling the creature's minds. Might have something to do with the bandanas that they wore. They all had bandanas on, but they never took off everything else they would take off. At times move, change, but they never took off the bandanas.
I don't know. But we can ask around.
Anyways, I am going to sleep. The nest that Quiz made has made me sleepy. It looks nice. Muck goes over and just like ruffles up his bed, like takes a pillow and like tops it up and crawls into a little thing of the bed.
Ela will read until she thinks that everyone has fallen asleep. And then
I'll just happily make my way
Norn
to sleep.
lays down in the bed and goes, "Don't kill me in my sleep, Ela. I'd hate to see your head explode." Just he's just sleeping right on top of his blanket, just laying there.
I mean, if I killed you, you wouldn't see it anyway.
I've found that it takes more than one cut of a blade to really do much to me. His arm just like flare. You can see like at the edge, he wouldn't have his armor on, and you can see where like you can see his like this blue skin underneath, and the edge where it looks like just gnarled scar before it turns into these like kind of gray skin arms that have the seams in them that you can kind of tell at this point. But it just looks like not the cleanest cuts. It looks almost more like his arm was like ripped off and cut at and fused and
Ow.
over and over, and there's these just massive
Oh, I
scar tissue line.
don't like that.
You have not been struck by my blade, Norin. And you won't. But this one will do far, far much more damage.
You should have seen the blades that Moot can summon at will.
Yes, well, I'm so happy for you that Moot blesses a creature who does not even have a pact or a worship in. How fortunate for you. I want to trust you, Nori. I really do. And your points seem to align with how I feel with our group. But other than leading us on some other wild goose chase, we know nothing about you.
You know nothing about me. Oh, that's cool. I'll just go fuck myself. He rolls over and pulls a blanket over himself.
You should, Norin. Eel will leave. She will go down to just the nearest shore from the docks.
So you can go to this shore, or do you want to go to the cove or to the shore?
Does it? She walks out. Does one seem closer than the other?
Not really. You're pretty much either way. It's good. So one side you have the shore, and you've got some people loading and unloading ships
Who's gonna follow?
by moonlight. And then the other way, you do have some campfires a little bit to the east. A little bit to the east, you're seeing there's campfires on the shore, and there's some people setting up. There was tents up there. So there's, you guys are you're basically walking out right here. Over here you've got crews and moonlight and torchlight, plus also this whole cove kind of glows a little bit blue at night, like almost like a blue moon.
Yeah.
Not the beer, but
Definitely.
lighting up that area a little bit. Plus this whole place just kind of glows a little bit. And then right up here, there's like an encampment set up on the edge of the beach. And there's some noise coming from there. It looks like maybe they're some sort of merriment. And-
Someplace private, away from people-ish, just on the shore
Yep.
in the sand.
Where are you? 8. Over there. Oh yeah. No, okay, good. Yeah, you can. So yeah, you'd probably head over to this shore. Would be the most quietest shore for you. It's the quietest shore until the music breaks.
Right. the rabble rousing off in the distance.
Crash. Shut up.
She just walks up to the shore, doesn't step into the water yet, but just kind of staring off into the water.
Your feet are wet. You look down, and you stopped at the edge, and you look over, and the shore, 10 feet away, anywhere, you were 3 feet away from the break, but randomly at this one spot, the water's come 10 feet up to just, and it's like 2 inches past you, but it was up to your ankles, just this one 10-foot little wave just soaked your feet, and your feet are just a little wet. Just so for thing, just roll a number for me real quick. Yeah, you're good.
Really?
It's a number.
Just roll a number for me. It's the same as it's the same as your sleight of hand. 12 for now. Your stealth.
Okay.
12.
Okay.
I'm guessing.
Yeah.
Perception.
You're off, and you're there's bushes and stuff, and you're just kind of in the shadows watching off. But you walk over, and just your feet are wet at the shore.
The water just came up and met me.
Just one spot, just water. It's 2 inches past where your feet are, like 3 inches past it's dry, but your feet are wet like 6 inches high. Like this thing just came out and just touched you.
In Primordial, with her book open, the one on the married, opens the page up to the armor and just speaking out, like, I've seen this treasure, and I feel a shift. I foretold it in my cards, in this group's fortunes. I have given and given and given with not much to see in return other than suffering and that of an outcast. If you are bountiful, would love the opportunity to liberate and teach my people, to continue fostering a group of people who were not as strong as they are now that they are together. I was taught my whole life to fear something that I know only tales about. It's time to know the truth. I could be your champion. I could be a champion for my people. I have much to give in return. She closes the book and slowly backs out of the water.
As you start to, and you're not in the water. It's just one
Just
wave
up to
came
her
up,
feet.
and again, it's like like you're standing there, and like all the water everywhere else like is breaking at a certain point, maybe like an inch or two past it. You're like 4 feet past that, and literally just one spot, just the water came up, and as you close the book, you hear kind of a clacking noise, and you look over, and there's a just water just washed up. There's a pretty large clam and a crab that does its side skitter just because you're welcome, and
Grandpa!
is like pinching at this clam. When you look at it, this crab looks bigger than normal, but then you realize it's not that it's bigger than normal, it's that it looks like at some point it shedded, molted, and a good chunk of that stayed on it though. So it looks like this crab has armor on it, and because of that he's just bigger than a normal crab. He kind of pinches at it, kind of recognizes that you're there, snaps more at the thing one more time, and does a sideways walk and just disappears in the water.
Pick up the claim. I've got a very, very small knife on me. Way back from starting equipment.
Yeah.
And I'll just try and see if I can shove it, pry it open.
Yeah. You pop it open. Get a little chunk of meat in there for you. And there's a black gemstone in it.
Take the gemstone and yeah, she'll like prestidigitate just a little bit of like season on the clam meat and yeah, just eat it up.
You almost think you hear the primordial word for blessings, but it's probably just the wind and the waves crashing.
bows her head, backs away, looking at the water. She's gonna keep full of clamshells.
Sure.
And yeah, we'll head directly back to the room.
Mila walked down on the shore, spoken some weird language, got her feet wet, and the name's Clam. No,
That's
sure
not
what
weird.
language she was speaking, but
Right.
and she goes back. Do you want to get ahead of her and get back to the room? No.
She wouldn't fucking see or hear you regardless. She is so oblivious to everything around her.
We head back to the room. It's late. Most of the people are kind of starting to sleep. No one's got a little bit of a snore going to them, but nothing too terrible. It's very riv. You guys are so used to the sound of the ocean and stuff like that, and you do hear the sound of waves off in the distance. The snore just almost seems to match just a little bit.
She'll transfer 4 hours, but she wants to wake up early for everybody.
Transfer 4 hours just normally? Yeah, for sure. Can you wake up early? You probably would be up around roughly the same time. You probably started transferring a little bit before her, so you wake up early, everybody else is kind of sleeping.
You will kind of nudge you to come outside the room.
No problem. Dewdrop on my shoulder.
A kind of greenish, but like pearlescent greenish, dragonborn is kind of coming from a room at the end of the hall as you guys are getting out. Oh, yeah, elves are up already. Breakfast will be ready shortly. It's included with your stay. He just kind of walks down the stairs.
Thank you, friend. Early breakfast?
Sounds great.
Go down, and she'll pay for meal and drink for Amanita and Dewdrop.
It's included in the stay. You get breakfast and you get dinner. So you have to pay for lunch. No, thank you for your wares. Well, are you trade goods or are you upgrades?
Upgrades.
Oh, well, you're welcome for the wares.
Thank you.
If you need anything, I'm Erskine.
Erskine.
It's Erskine.
Erskine. Gotcha.
If you want to write it down, it's Erskine Padley, Padley, and his nickname is The Wild. It'll possibly come up, it might not.
May or may not be relevant.
The wild.
Yeah, Erskine. And he'll go in and cook up some eggs, but they're not like crack eggs and cook. They're more of like plop a thing of eggs and you eat all the eggs like some sort of fish eggs.
Nice.
You cook as fish eggs and big chunk of white meat, probably some sort of crab or something like that. You know, bring it out, set them down. Are we doing juices? Are we doing ales? Are we doing both?
Juices? Sounds great.
Cool.
Take a spoonful of the eggs and kind of hand it to Dewdrop.
And he
Munching some eggs.
loves it. Scraps on him. And you watch it kind of like shrinks down as it sucks all the moisture and everything out of it.
Amanita, I am still, of course, trying to help think of something to get in contact with your brother. But I figure that I should ask you, what is your opinion of Norin?
He's certainly one of the most bizarre people I've encountered thus far on my adventures. I don't know how I feel, to be completely honest with you. He's just kind of popped out of nowhere. I have no history with him whatsoever, so I'm very wary and I don't know.
They get weirder. Sorry. We got more of them here. They're weird. He's just kind of like cooking, but you guys are like at the bar, and there's like no one else there, so you guys are like talking to yourself, and he's just like trying to like just a quiet bar. He's like, I'm trying not to pry, but it's fine.
They do get weird, but where I come from, it is, of course, a great caution and danger. This type of mystery, and my people would try to put him down if they determine that he is a threat. I know that he is very strong. He has been ever since we met him.
That I can pick up.
Yeah, we met him in Stillwater, and he held a man up to a wall like it was nothing. It was really quite impressive. But I, as myself, having traveled alone for a long time, was looking for respite and allies to lighten the load, to maybe increase our collective wealth and form a team, as if my people could ever actually form one, right? But he had a bounty for me, and he refused it. It was an illegal bounty, which could ultimately be the reason, but maybe, just maybe, he saw something good in me. Maybe. I wanted to be friends with these people. I know I come off a bit strongly, but I want to trust him. I am trying. Not knowing much about him is difficult. It is everything terrifying in the eyes of my culture. But
Fried fruits.
I think that he has the capability to be helpful, but he very clearly has the capability to cause great harm.
Don't we all?
That is true. I do like to cause some harm sometimes. But I'm trying to be better. I know that Net is not confident, but I think that our team is exceptional.
From my experience in this short time I've known you, I've seen nothing to cause any distrust at this point.
That says a lot, being relatively fresh to the group. I don't want to be a burden. And I know I asked you for your discretion. If ever I was doing something unsavory, that you would intercede, or at least be forthcoming with your opinion. I might have just gotten myself in some trouble. And you are a great friend to me over these past couple of weeks, few weeks.
I'm glad to hear it.
And I just feel it is a kindness to let you know that, of course, we've told you there are
people from my homelands that will try to come and take what has been given to me, that I inherited. It may get worse. I am curious, and I am trying to learn more about what Norrin says. So they might come looking for me. Or who knows? I could be cut off from the WIM temporarily. I don't know. But as a friend, I hope that maybe I will have your aid through this time.
Of course.
Thank you. I have also thought of an idea for a gift for Zuzar.
Oh,
We'll see if I can find something.
well, that's very kind.
Of course. We have 9 members. Dewdrop included. I'm just finish the meeting. Just kind of shoot the breeze about what to do.
Tops off your juices.
Thank you.
Before we leave, Ela will give a gold tip.
No, it's great.
This is freely given to you for your kindness and your service.
I understand. You, are you guys with the ones in the north? Saw the guy who came with you with the, guessing this one you're talking about, the weird one?
Yes, both arms as it is.
The weird one.
With the other arms?
Yes.
The,
He
They're
used to
weird.
not
They're weird,
have
right? You know
those.
what I mean?
no, I know. I literally watched them at one of my tables.
At one of your tables.
I assumed he was with the ones to the north.
The ones to the north?
It was the whole encampment of the, what do they call it? Simic? I think.
Something.
Right, something like that.
I know
Nope, that's news.
very little of those people, creatures, people.
Mostly the dog and sea elf. You try it and start off with that. And that weird voice. They start cutting on themselves.
They all suit that.
To each their own. I like the thing though, it's all heartwarming. It's cute. Do you need anything else or
You're cute. You look like a gemstone.
it's emerald?
Emeralds.
And when he looks at you, you see his eyes just flash green. Well, what is it that you guys are doing on the island? You're here for 5 days. Do you want something specifically cooked?
I mean,
Otherwise, it's just going to be giant crab.
I'm not picking it.
yeah. We are here to take in the culture, and if this place serves giant crabs, then that is what we eat.
It feeds a lot of people.
Of course. It is nice here. We are of the ship, the Betty White. Captain Ned Locke is looking for more crew members. If it is possible, is there a way that we can post on a board or maybe ask for help spreading the word for a crew?
And there's a board like behind you, but you're
I
less
have no perception
But
back.
that
Yeah,
yeah,
you're
you're like,
nice.
Perfect.
honestly, when people post that, but half the people there got a job and disappeared. I'd walk the island, I'd get a feel for what's going on. Search the camps. There's quite a few camps set up. Talk to people, vibe it out.
Sure.
Know what's going to work. You know, your coming of age story, whatever it is you're doing.
I don't know what you're
You
talking
smug
about.
motherfucker.
Are you vibing it out? What is happening here?
No, it's
Are you flirting with me?
no. You're not green enough.
I could speak.
It's cool.
Alright. Next time.
Yeah.
Tomorrow she's just gonna come down with the hat of disguise and have emerald skin.
Yeah, no, if you're looking for, are you looking for a crew or are you looking for individual people?
A crew, I think mostly.
I know there's a couple crews around. Kind of come pre-made, what you need, but
Sure.
it's always nice to pick and choose. There's benefits to either or, you know.
Right.
So, but yeah, just check it out if you need anything. Let me know. I'll be here. Cook and grab.
Muzu?
Talking to
Crabs.
people and hearing the stories.
Of course. That's part of the job.
Yeah, absolutely.
The crab or the stoops?
Money,
Um,
probably.
You guys will all kind of wake up. It's the beginning of the day. Food is brought to you in the room.
That's fancy.
You have the day ahead of you. What do you guys want to do? Do you want to start working on crew, or do you want to do some shopping stuff, or what are we thinking?
Do some shopping stuff. Yeah.
On our way out, I want to ask Ela, who do you think Norin is potentially hanging out with? He sounds oddly odd.
Who Nora hangs out with? People that cut him up and transform him, but he seems to like it, so
Okay.
I only have the legends of what Moot and other creatures of the deep can do. He's just another person looking to become stronger, ultimately. I personally would never do that, but there are other ways to be powerful. He hears the voice, I guess, according to our Emerald Dragon friend.
Okay.
Who do you think Quiz was hanging out with?
I don't know. Sounds like a very swift kind of fellow, though. Who knows what kind of people he'd be hanging out with.
He seems capable. Hopefully he keeps his head while he's here.
Yes, I'm a little concerned about that, but so far things have been alright.
He seems smart, too.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think that he will get himself into trouble.
I don't think he'll get too hasty.
But yeah.
No. Food is kind of getting brought together. You see, he starts like making up some plates and like, you guys mind taking this up to your room?
Can do that.
And keep the tip.
You can just keep the tip.
He's saying if
I
they
already
tip you.
offered it freely.
Saying if they tip,
If I
that
tip the
one's
gold
gone.
bags, then my
No,
head
I mean,
just pops.
I mean, if you go up there and they tip you, because usually I get tipped when I bring stuff to the room.
Oh, they won't
For
tip us.
future,
It's
for
fine.
future knows. I'm just saying.
They would tip you.
Yeah,
They
that's
won't
fine.
tip us. But we'll bring it.
You just bring foods up. Muck kind of has like a little list out, and Mickey and Muck are kind of going through. Muck's writing it. His handwriting looks a little bit better. He goes, so we've kept in that. For now, we have first mate Mickey, Bosun Gorak, Surgeon Muck, Quartermaster Norin, though he's not super trained, Cook Ela, though you
Look, guys,
Not
you all
super
know what
trained.
happened.
Also
You
not
don't
super
know.
trained.
You are very good at other things.
I can, yes.
You are
of
needed
course.
in other places.
Right, of course.
And then we have cannons. We need maybe a master gunner as well.
That would be great.
And then we are going to need crew. I feel that maybe we start looking into finding some information, seeing what kind of options are available.
Yeah, probably. Get an idea before too many people skedaddle.
Definitely some investigations to be had, but don't really think we have a lot of extra funds to be hiring a crew before we're too ready to set out.
No one sets a bag of gold on the table.
Yeah,
Or a bag of platinum,
yeah.
sorry.
We have
Eat my words.
plenty. We just, I think, have to decide, are we looking for a preset crew, or are we looking for individuals who maybe specialize in different things? That takes a little more effort, but I prefer it. What about you all?
I think so, because we definitely need a little bit of both. We just need some general hands, but we also need a little bit of specialty stuff.
We could look at the crews available, we could pull a crew, and then we could supplement it.
Like a 10-person crew and then grab some special people?
Oh, yeah.
Worst case scenario, I mean, if we end up with 20 people and all of us end up just being there, I mean, would it be so terrible?
That is true.
I mean, it will take 20 people to crew the ship normally. If we have 25, 30 people, we can be comfortable still.
True that.
We have plenty of space for that.
I don't mind hands. It's just the thought is available, but I feel that we should just kind of gather some information, find out what we can do. So what we are going to do is we are going to have one daily gather information skill check.
Alright.
So the way that this works is as opposed to the old gather information school where you just rolled and you're like, hey, I learned stuff, which kind of got
Cool.
absorbed into insight. I now have a gather information chart set up. You can literally use any skill with any ability, no matter what you want. Certain skills may not make as much sense, may not be as viable, so the DCs may be higher. Certain skills may be different, so the DC may be lower. So what I'm looking for is what skills we want to use to gather information. All 4 of you be rolling, and 2 people can't use the same skill. So what do you want to do, the 4 of you, to try and find out information about this island, about the individual solo crew and officers, about the groups of sailors and pirates? What do you want to do?
Well, I am going to set out to the farthest tip of that northern edge of the island, to that little edge, to that house and dock, and just start trucking around and talking to people and asking people. So I'm going to, again, stay as close to that edge and just use as much strength as I can to just talk to as many people as possible from the edge of that.
Are you going to be trying to be intimidating? Because you can, the strength is close. Generally, strength vocally cuts into intimidation.
I was just thinking of it as more of an endurance thing, but if that's the way that you want to, if that's the way that we want to go, then yeah, I can do that.
Endurance would be like an athletics.
So yeah, athletics then.
If you wanted to try to do that, you could. DC will probably be a little bit high for that, to try to use your athletics to just try to cover as much ground as you can, and just learn as much as you can. Yeah, we can do that.
Sweet.
Doing athletics for you. I guess I cut back on some of this. Everybody has a map, right?
Yeah.
So I've got you at athletics. Amanita, what are your thoughts?
I think I'm just gonna go into all the taverns and bars and social gathering type areas, perform a little bit, and then once people start talking to me and chatting with me and getting to know me, I'm gonna get to know them right back.
Nice.
Yeah.
That can be you.
So that's going to be a performance?
Yeah.
Can do that. Absolutely. What was next?
Ela is going to do her damnedest to see her way into the upper echelon residences and mercenary groups, and really try and see if there are any guests to the castle. She was deceiving to look for the best of the best, and the deception is that she is a grand noble with money and power to share and bounty to offer out on the seas by way of their airship. So it's like a half-truth, but she's inflating her persona and definitely like she'll use the hat of disguise, and her clothes and her outfit and everything will be similar, but way more just like golden trim, and like her jewels are just even more exaggerated and shiny, and instead of like faux rock gemstones and stuff like that, they're like shimmering gems. Just really over the top.
Absolutely.
Quiz will go out to the campsites, kind of out,
Just do campsite hopping. I'm like, I know you guys.
and stealth his way around, listening for what people are saying, who they're talking about, listening for individuals and/or groups who might be worthy of attention.
Okay. What skill are you going to tie to this?
Stealth.
Stealth. I was guessing. Absolutely. It's a decent one. Oh, that's okay. It's fine.
To really keep.
Yeah, we're so that's cool. Well, then why don't you go ahead and Gorak, you are trying to just cover a lot of the island, trying to learn as much as you can. It's really pushing for an endurance, just trying to get just as much information as you can, focusing on getting down there. And for the endurance, you'd probably get a couple laps would be your best way to do it. Just try to get as much information as you can. So go ahead and give me an athletics check.
Go, go.
19.
19. Amanita, you are kind of going through, doing some performance, getting a feel for the people, trying to listen to what they're talking about, just playing off of their interest in your performance to break in. What? Give me a roll. What did you get?
19.
Ela, you're hobnobbing it up through the upper echelons, kind of moving around through some of the people who seem to be a little bit more involved, maybe going past some of the estates, making yourself seem important. Give me a deception.
Natural 20 for a 27.
Damn! Heck yeah.
And Quiz, you are just trying not to be seen and get.
More than I can chew.
You're pretty much trying to get inside of these camps, check out, figure out who's worth a damn and who's not, and then move along. So give me a stealth.
That's the same as my sleight of hand. So, yeah, what, 18?
18. Heard.
Your dice, man. Still fucking great, though.
They don't like me doing that.
What do you guys want the rest of everybody to do during this time? Give me one skill for Mickey, Muck, Net, and Norin to kind of work on.
Each or them all working on one?
All of them on one. I'm going to give them one roll just because I realized I can't do 4 because
That's what I was going to say.
it might not work.
Get convoluted.
We're going to call them crew.
Norin investigating. He's crazy good at it. He's a bounty hunter. I think he can try and also just investigate for maybe smaller groups of people or mercenaries looking to roll out in a month that are worth something.
Sounds excellent.
So we're going to have Norin doing an investigation.
Maybe specific officers.
Yeah. Do that. Need Norin's investigation. Skill. Let's view him. Well, I guess I can roll and see where we're at. I do need to see what his skill is. Okay. So, for our first day of checking things out, Amanita, you start off your day performing and going through. You're putting on a great performance and you're gathering up crowds. When this Eldrin hunk of a guy kind of shows up, and he kind of steps up across the bar from you, and he's just kind of matching, and he's playing along, and if you kind of play, he's like, "No, I'm just backing you up, you're fine." And he kind of plays along with you a little bit, and he plays, I mean, the music's great, it's going on. You find a bit of information, but mostly you're hearing people talk of, I can find my things again. Oh yeah, they're like, oh yeah, that's Sundell. I'm like, oh, Sundell's going to play too. I wonder if they know each other. And you're finding out that this guy's name is Sundell, and that's primarily the main thing that you're finding out for the day. And then the rest of your stuff is going to go into the main thing. Golrak, you are trekking along, doing what you can, trying to get names of people, hear things going through, pushing along, not really getting much. You find you kind of like come jogging into like a camp or some people working. You come walking up and they just kind of all stop talking and it's like, you're like, what's up, guys? And they're just like, yeah. And they just kind of peel off from you and don't seem to really want to do
Story
as
of my
much
life.
of it.
Right.
Quiz, for the most part, you disappear into the camps and you're just kind of off doing your things. But there's a few times where you'll be in the camp. At one point, actually, about right here, you're at the first camp and you're completely hidden and you just feel a tap on your shoulder. And you kind of turn and there's a guy in a mask. And then he looks at you and goes, "Can I help you?"
Yes, I was just looking for individuals or groups of people who might be interested in joining the crew of my ship.
You do that by sneaking into our encampment. You see at this
Looking for
point like
information.
a few more people step out. Like some people like opening up camps and there's just a bunch of people. All of them seem to have like masks or like bandanas and like different things, but all of them seem to be just relatively kind of plain garb. You can tell, being who you are, they're aiming for plain. It's not like happenstance, but you can tell that like there's like, oh, that guy has a nice sweater, and it looks like the embroidery was specifically like pulled out of it to try to like, or not sweater, but like a nice shirt that had embroidery in it. Somebody actually like unthreaded the embroidery, things like that. So they're pushing towards very non-distinctive, and all of them have masks or face.
Trying
coverings,
really
something like
hard to be nonchalant.
that.
Like, you guys are so nonchalant, it hurts.
Makes them more
Blindsight as well.
It's clearly.
That's
It's like you guys are so much effort.
interesting. If by
If there's
chance,
no one here who's interested, then I'll be on my way.
may we ask what ship you are looking to have crewed?
The Betty White.
Is that one of the pirate ships?
So I was gonna say, it's like,
Well-
does anybody have any idea who we are? No, yes. That was amazing what that
What-
role was.
We don't like to advertise a whole lot. It's getting rebuilt right now.
What is she? Are you a longship?
An airship.
Oh, an airship. Are you the airship that showed up yesterday?
Yes.
How will you move quickly? Tell your captain if he wants to come speak with us. We're here. And he'll point to the banner, and you see the banner. It's a they have like a flag here, and it's got a silhouette of somebody. Like basically, it's a very basic banner. It's just a silhouette of a person, but there's no detail whatsoever to it. We are the Faceless. We travel on many paths, many pasts, to many futures.
Well, I'll let the captain know.
Of course. But I'd be careful sneaking around. Not everybody likes people sneaking and snooping. You could always just walk up and ask people.
I could, but I don't feel like I get an honest answer that way. I don't get accurate information.
True. I'll give you that. I would say then, if you're going to sneak, maybe do it a little better.
Boom, roasted.
Sorry,
Boom,
it
roasted.
was a DC 20. You guys so close.
So close, but the don't sky.
Lauren's I say him too. It's fine. Ela, you're going through and about, speaking of stuff, kind of talking, looking for different crews and stuff, and you will get introduced to, if I can find, there it goes. At one point, some guard goes, "Oh, well, if you're looking for something like that, you got to talk to Lord Blackstone. He'll know the details. He can get you set up."
Blackstone.
And they'll say, "Yeah, he's over at the Blackstone estate." Or, well, it's early enough in the day. He could be at the Black Watch guardhouse. He runs that.
Excellent.
You kind of go over and you will, the first place you get to would be the Black Watch guardhouse. Is he there yet? Yeah. Gentleman will come out to you. Older, human, male, gray, like graying beard, probably late 40s, early 50s, somewhere in there. Let's see. Hello, I hear you're looking for information on the pirate cruise here?
Yes, Lord Blackstone, I presume.
Well, we don't delve a whole lot, but I can tell you the camps that we have. First, just off to the side here, you've got the Faceless set up. Then, let's see, off to the back here, and I'll kind of pull a little map and I'll show you. Back here behind the Driftwood Tradery, you've got the Eternals set, or no, I'm sorry, you've got the Secret Keepers set up.
The Secret Keepers.
You'll be able to find them in the Driftwood Tavern as well. Kind of look for the eye patch and the one black glove. Then you've got a fun group if you have the energy for it. Right up here you've got the Bolds. Loyal, good, just a lot to handle. Of course, we'd hate to see them go, but we know they're looking for something else. You've got the Is It Engineering. And they've been helping with a lot of our trade wares, but I know they're looking for a ship, and some of our smiths are looking to not have them overstepping their bounds as much.
Of course.
Off over, you'll see some encampments that are partially in the water. To the far side over here, you've got the Simic scientists set up over there. Off a little ways over here, you've got Sabotage. Interesting crew, to say the least. They are cheap and they're strong. Down south, Or sorry, not down south. No, this is north. It's west. That's the word I'm looking for. Off to the west, you've got an encampment. You'll find the noblemen, not necessarily the best at piracy, but they're good sailors, and they all kind of come well equipped. They come from money. Off back to the east, you've got the Failures set up. If you're into music, they're pretty fun.
The Failures?
They're a failed circus group for the most part. And then you've got the Eternals set up to the far north here. They're interesting. You'd have to see them for yourselves.
The Eternals?
The Eternals.
Oh, what makes them so interesting?
Well, let's just say that they're going to be around for a while. They all have interesting paths. And then out on one of those ships somewhere, you've got the Childs of Seth. They have a boat, but they're looking for a better boat. The Childs of Seth.
Yeah.
Not children, but childs.
Child's set.
Of Seth. And then Norin doesn't really find much either. So you guys get a little bit, but you don't get a lot of details because overall, that is that. You also get told that there's a substantial amount of captains, first mates, bosuns, surgeons, quartermasters, cooks, master gunners, and just crewmen that are individual throughout the island, but no one's able to quite lock down any one specific group on this day. But you have some names, and you're told that those are all those things. The first day was just kind of a general. From then on, you guys can try to investigate specific crews. You can try to, gather information on specific crews, specific job positions, stuff like that. The first one was just a general information. Unfortunately, you guys did not succeed. But you didn't totally fail, so you got some stuff.
Yeah, we know where some camps are.
And you're finding that like certain things like the athletics is going to be very difficult to use as an option. And then also if your dice suck, there's not much we can do about that. You got so close.
Yep, still some.
Well, for you, just part of it is just athletics is going to be, it's going to have a very high DC of success. That's going to be one of those hard ones because it's really kind of hard to like get a good amount of information from that.
Yeah, I can see how that's a thing.
So you may have a good modifier to that, but also remember if the lower DC is lower, you may just have a better chance of making a small DC without that.
True that. But notate.
But there's still, either way, I'm still, and generally for skills specifically, I'm not counting, a natural 20 isn't necessarily an automatic success. But I will say that in skill checks, usually I'll give you a success if you do a natural 20. I'll probably give you a failure if you do a natural one as well. I think it works well. Make the dice more involved. But so that's kind of what you can get figured out as the day is going on. If there's anything, you can kind of figure some of the stuff out relatively early in the day if you still want to do some shopping. The day is yours. It is the 24th day of Avandra. And you guys are exploring. You can explore by yourself, you can team up, you can shop, you can do whatever it is you want to do. Whilst the rest of it is kind of tied out throughout the day.
Yeah, we're all, throughout the day, I'm sure this is all conversing and looking at these camps and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely just looking for a shop, trying to figure out if there's a place that will purchase gemstones.
There's one specific place that will purchase gemstones. You hear that the best way, if you're not looking to have somebody take a cut, you can go to the Driftwood Tradery and look for West Ward.
Driftwood Tradery. And look for Westwood.
West Ward.
Right. All right. Yeah, go and do that.
That's a really funny one because that was a randomly generated name. So I made his mother, which was Ryland, right?
Yeah, Ryland.
Yeah, Ryland Ward. I made her, and I was like, oh, Water Ganassi, randomly just generated name is like West. I'm like, really? This guy's name is West Ward.
Awesome.
Okay, cool.
Well, that just begs the question: how random is it? Did
Right.
it see? Did it?
It
see,
didn't know Ward though.
Okay, that's what I was gonna say. It's
It
like,
just
did it have
gave me the
80
name
cents of
West,
worth?
and I was like, okay.
It's like,
yeah.
all right, cool.
Works. Sometimes that thing works out.
Weird.
He lives in the south, or he works in the south.
Southwest.
He does live. He lives in the northeast.
Northeast, but works
And he
southwest.
works southwest, I guess. Yeah. But yeah, you can go there and trade gemstones.
Yeah. Just go there. Do that. Trying to trade little black pearl thing that I got from a clam, and also a black sapphire.
Okay. So you want to go in and you make your way there, and you come in to West. Is welcome.
She still looks all sorts of nobled out too.
And he looks like pretty good. Fine, like nice, like white, nice dress shirt underneath the vest.
Deep
and
V cut.
no, his isn't the deep.
He's not the
V
deep
cut.
V,
No,
okay.
the deep V is the is Sondel, the Eldrin, with the lilac
okay.
hair.
Sundown.
Sondel. Yeah. You were looking to trade a black pearl and a black sapphire?
Yes, if I may, in need of some funds for a bit of a shopping spree.
Are you looking to trade them for a coin, or are you looking to trade them for other gemstones?
For coin.
For a coin, mostly gold.
Gold, platinum. I'm sure it will work as the same for the buyer.
They can do either. For coin, I would be willing to offer you for this 5,490 gold pieces, or what would that be? 40. Yeah, 499, whatever, platinum. It basically is taking 10 gold cut to transfer to coin.
Well, that sounds fitting.
My brain doesn't want to work. 490. So it'd be 5,490 gold pieces, or 549 platinum. And that would be a 10 gold. All right. Yeah.
Absolutely. I accept that trade.
And set it out. And take it. And he goes through, and you watch. He pulls out a chest that is just like when he pulls it out, you just see it's just like tons of black pearls in there. And he'll put that. He pulls out one. There's like a couple black sapphires in it. He lays it out nicely in there. Closes it. And the black sapphire is from the bottom shelf, but you're seeing that there's probably about like 8 other shelves on the bottom. And he goes through, and he pulls out, and then there's a middle one. He's got 4 in the middle, underneath where like the keys were hanging. And he pulls out the 4th one and pulls the platinum from it. And goes through, and you can see it's like he has like rows of platinum. There's several hundred platinum here.
Thank you.
Which means it? Yeah.
You wasn't happen to know of particular vendors of wondrous magical items and armors?
You're right in the middle of it all.
It's all right here.
Yeah, I mean, the Driftwood Tradery is probably the best place you're going to find anything. That's why I set up shop here. I like it here. Sometimes the price is a little bit higher, but you find what you're looking for. You have the best chance of finding it here. and we have better items here than we have in some of the other areas. You can always go to the north side trades, but you're going to find less there than you're going to find here. And then if you really want, depending on what you're looking for, you could always go to the official DrakenGuard weaponsmith and armorers. They're going to be able to get that for you. Those are up next to Gord's Blessing.
The DrakenGuard traits or smiths.
You'll be looking for Draken Blades and Draken Scale Armorer. They're the official island, tied with the Blackguard and all that.
Perfect.
But they're going to have, just for the most part, your basic stuff. They
Right.
mass produce. So if you're really going to like arm an entire crew, that's the way to go for it. If you're like, I need 10 swords and 10 crossbows and 10 leather armors that pull away quick if need be, or that have some like wood to help float and stuff like that.
Right. Nothing quite like that.
If you're looking for sorry, more wondrous things, you'll find them here. And that's why I'm set up here. I like the people who deal with larger currencies.
Of course. I can tell you have quite a collection. Do you yourself deal with these trinkets or specifically gems?
I specifically deal with gemstones. My mother works specifically with jewelry and such.
Okay.
I found that you can cut the art out of it and still make the money.
It's true. And your mother, is she working today?
No, she doesn't work. She has
Employees.
employees.
Of
Yeah.
course. And just around. All right.
Well, if you go to the Northside Traders, you will see Ryland's fine jewelry.
Ryland's fine jewelry. I will have to make a stop there.
Absolutely. Your accent is peculiar. Are you from the city by chance? I'm sorry, from the castle by chance?
My people are, yes.
Well, then with this trade I say Moot's blessing upon you, and I hope that you do well out here.
Moot's blessing upon you too.
Absolutely. My mother is from the Gold Castle.
Yeah.
I've never actually been there.
It is beautiful. It
I
is.
was born out in the seas.
It is a treacherous place, but it is beautiful.
I hear it can be difficult. My mother was a water blesser, so she did pretty well when she found her way to the sea and into crafting jewelry, and now we are here.
You found a good home.
Yeah, absolutely. Is there anything in particular I might be able to direct you towards, other than jewelry and gemstones? Something specifically you're trying to find?
Well, I'm always interested to learn more about Moot's blessing. We are looking to crew our battle blimp. Of course, it is in the sky, but it would be a blessing to have Moot's followers
Yeah,
assisting us.
the sky is full of rain clouds, and the ocean is below. Unless you're planning long trips over the land. At this point, if you're out here, you're a sky ship, but you're still a sky ship above the ocean.
It's true. So if you know anybody particularly skilled or invested in the teachings of Moot, if you would not mind sharing that information or giving them my name and ship, that will become rendezvous.
From what I've heard, there is. There's one guy. I'm trying to remember his name. There's two of them. They were actually fighting. Sorry, let me load this. There was two of them. They were actually fighting. One was speaking of moat water ganassi, such as myself, who has people who come from the Golden Castle as well. But there was also a guy talking about how the true power of the world comes from Sekhmet. And they were speaking as if they knew quite a bit. I remember the one speaking of Sekhmet, her name was Faye, female fire ganassi. It's very hard to miss her. I want to say the gentleman's name, the water ganassi, was Eileman, something like that.
Eileman?
Yeah. Eileman. But they were both, in theory, looking for work, and they both knew of the Golden Castle and their history and their gods.
It is always great to speak with other people who have lived there or have come from there. There is a wide variety of interpretations of our gods.
We find that the further away you get, the more people understand that there's a coexistence. But the closer you get to the castle, the more people think that it's one or the other.
You are spot on from my experience.
But yeah, other than people, I'm more so speaking, I just gave you platinum to purchase things. Are there specific things you're looking for that I could possibly point you in the direction of?
Yes. I have a list, if that is okay.
It's sufficient.
Jewelries and wondrous things. I'm looking for protective emblems, insignias that can be applied to sidekick, familiars, warriors, protectors. I'm also looking for headbands that improve capacity for logic and intellect. I'm looking for maybe, even simple trinkets of good luck, instruments. Things that can increase the ability or capacity for spellcasters.
Okay. Emblems. We have some things here, depending on you're looking for like warding, like brooches of shielding and things like that.
Brooch shielding sounds great.
Things like
guardian emblem.
Yeah,
insignia of claws. Things like that.
Things like that. Yeah. I would say that's kind of more of a random oddities. I would look at oddities and ends in here.
All right. Oddities and ends.
They'll probably have emblems, things like that you're looking for. They might also have lucky trinkets and such. Would probably fall under their category. For headbands, things like that, I find that headbands and gloves and tools and things along that line that you kind of need to get going, you're going to find that your best location for that, you can get some of it through the Northside Traders, but also you're going to get that at shipwares, things along that line that are going to help with crewing a ship, as well as you'll also find some books and some things like that. I'm guessing that's part of the issue you're having.
Yes.
Yeah. You're going to find stuff like that at shipwares. Right, no, I just said shipwares. Yeah, shipwares.
Cousin. Shipways. Perfect.
Shipway.
Magical.
As far as instruments go, from what I know, a lot of them were picked up by the failures. It's a group of traveling musicians and circus folk. They have some more Ganassi. They might know more of that. There are a lot of half-elves and Ganassi and folk like that.
Perfect.
Big on the elements. And they might know more. I haven't really dealt with them. I've watched them perform. It's mostly great. A bit edgy for my taste.
Thank you for this information.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm not from here, that is obvious. But I do appreciate this information for your time.
And she will leave in 5 gold pieces.
Well, thank you very much.
This is quite helpful.
I enjoy it. I take this as a tip. The glow fades and he'll take it in. Well, he'll take it and he'll actually turn and key and put it into. You're watching. He puts this like 5 gold into what looks like probably several thousand gold. It's just like this is this little thing. He's just like lining it up perfectly on like a stack of a row. Closes it.
Thank you for your time.
She will absolutely.
Go on out.
Perfect. As you're performing, is there anything else in particular you want to do? As it seems like this Sundell folk, this guy seems to step on it a little bit, but he's partially just interested in what you have to offer musically.
I'm just kind of trying to absorb the feel for the town and like the people around me and whatnot. And I'll encourage him to join in with me.
The more the merrier.
Well, I would hate to step on your toes. Take from your performance just a little light accompaniment from the back.
You accompanying from the back?
Oh my.
For a reason, yo.
Sansa, you better watch out.
May I ask your name?
Amanita.
Well, Amanita, it's wonderful to meet you, as the loud speakers about well, probably already said. My name is Sundell, traveling musician extraordinaire. What brings you to this fine clump of dirt in the middle of this water?
My group of friends are on quite the adventure, and we kind of ended up here after one thing or another, and I'm along for the adventure looking for my brother.
Ah, well, I hope you find him. And he forms a little, you see this twig kind of bends up and a few cherry blossoms pop off of it, and just kind of tuck it in here. You're still bubblegum pink right now? Yeah, tucks it in. You're much more vibrant, but for luck finding your brother. Absolutely. If you need anything, I'm rather stuck here performing for these more common folk until I find a ship myself to sail off into adventure, which will probably bring me back here at some point in time. But if you need anything, just let me know.
Noted. Is there anything else you do besides music?
Oh, I'm a master of all arts. But
Inside.
for now, I am simply a musician, quite a motivational speaker, and when things get bad, I'm a good right-hand man to any captain.
Good to know.
I have captained my own ships before, but I find that being a captain, the mutiny's aimed at you. I'd rather avoid that. I could, save up and buy my own ship and build my own crew, but yeah, I'm not big on pointing. I'd more so like to enjoy the winds and go along for the ride.
Fair enough.
Unless there's something specific that you're curious of.
For now, that's it.
Wonderful. Well, I will be about the island until some brave crew comes to take me away. So then if you need anything, you just let me know. I'm going to stay back and enjoy your performance.
By all means.
Pulls back. As you are to the south, working, or not the south, towards the entrance, and the west is the word I'm looking for. I keep, just because I drew the map like this, I have to remember that it's actually like that.
Right. The first thing I did when you gave it to me was put a rose on there.
Yeah.
just for my own sake.
I should have put a compass rose on it. It would have been nice for myself too, or a tile or anything like that. But I literally had to create the population for the island and get it all set randomly quickly because I expected us to do a bunch more stuff before we just were like, hey, let's do it. And Jesse's like, blast and kill him. Like, okay, cool. You guys are going straight for it.
It's like fucking
Good.
getting wild.
So anyway, he started blasting.
So anyway. And here we are.
As Norin does.
While you were over in the entry docks area, trudging along, doing your thing, you will notice you get towards the end here. There is the inn. This is the Waves Respite, and then you have a rather large lighthouse attached to it as well over in that area. The lighthouse is referred to as Melora's Pledge.
Oh, okay.
Hmm?
What?
What lighthouse?
It's a fucking lighthouse.
Ooh.
Where's my lighthouse? Oh, my lighthouse is over there. Yeah. When moving past the Melora's Pledge, a Triton gentleman will kind of walk out to you. Go, oh, you're in quite a hurry. May I offer you a drink of water?
Yeah, absolutely.
Stay hydrated, my friend.
Water. I thank you for this beverage.
Fresh, crisp water.
Okay. Is he being a dick right now?
No, it's not one of those guys.
Okay.
There is a place called Tide, or that makes Tide's Blessing, which is a saltwater ale, which is absolutely just horrific. You'll find that
immediately
right over here in Kingsport. Yeah, if you want just a terrible hangover, drink saltwater ale.
Yeah.
See, for the thing is like a lot of sea elves and tritons and stuff like that, they're adapted to the ocean, so they can drink salt water without it really affecting them. Their bodies can kind of pass
I'm
that.
from a mountain. That's not
so
my way. That's not my way.
This guy is not
He's
tied
not
to
doing
them.
that.
He's not going like, oh, let's just make, like, why filter it out? Like, it's ale. We'll just use straight ocean water to create this ale. Like, we do filter it. There's no debris or plankton in it.
That's what I was gonna say. Is like from their perspective, they're not doing it. They're just doing their thing.
Yeah.
It's totally normal.
But yeah, they sell it for very cheap though. But it's a terrible hangover. But he'll give you a glass of just nice, fresh, crisp, cold water.
And again, I thank for your hospitality.
Absolutely. You're new to DrakenGuard, are you not?
Yes, very, very new, extremely new.
My name is Chorus. I run Melora's Pledge in the lighthouse. We also have a Meloran church if you'd like to come in and learn of the blessings of the waves. If you're done with your jog.
I wouldn't say that I'm done with my jog necessarily, but not necessarily interested in learning of your religiosity. With all due respect.
That's fine. Just know you should, if nothing else, you are deep, deep in the oceans. understanding Melora is always good for anyone. She can be a trifling bit of religiosity, as they say. Enjoy the water. Melora's blessings to you.
I appreciate your offer, and I will take it into consideration.
You're watching, he just kind of like flicks some water on you, and he seems to be doing some sort of thing as he just flicks a little water. You're just like, you're kind of drinking, and you're like,
Oh.
okay. But, he'll take his cup back when you're done and just kind of walks in. Oh, the door's just like propped open. Looks back, just keeps going. You okay?
Yeah, there was claws involved in that escape technique.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Like, okay, buddy.
His face randomly just like
He's a big
his
boy, he's
weight
got
will
pointy-
shift and he'll grab his claws. That's when it kills me.
Boy's
Like,
got pointy feet.
oh.
He's been up and down all night. That was the first time he rolled a 1.
Right?
Take it.
Just make a really, really cute creature.
Dex save.
Razor blades.
Yeah. It's super adorable and has this rumble in it that makes you want to touch it. That's a great idea for a creature. And then it has razor blades on the end of its arms.
What is this?
Terrible person. Yeah, we're talking about you.
It's okay, I still love you.
Yeah. So we go through. You guys are looking around, looking for wares, traveling, doing our things. What else would anybody specifically like to do?
Quiz is going to leave that encampment. Cast past Trace on himself. Go around the other side of the encampment and go back in and continue listening.
Yeah, and you'll be able to listen. You get a little bit of information, but you can tell like they're kind of on guard a little bit. You're not there anymore, but they still just kind of seem. Plus, also, you're noticing that it's hard to really catch what they're doing because some of it is they're speaking at each other in like thieves' cant with like hand signals and stuff like that. And it's just kind of hard because you're like embedded in the encampment, and so it's like you look at this guy and he like sends signals, and you look back and the other guy's like lowering his hand, so you can tell like they're sending signals, like talking back and forth, and you're like, I can get one side of this
Right.
conversation, and then you're like, oh no, there's 4 of them talking right now, and I can get 2 of them, and which one is he talking? And it's just you're not quite being able to get it.
Oh shoot, I was watching Children of Dune yesterday, and it's saying one thing and doing another. They're just like having a word conversation. They're having a completely separate conversation with their hands.
And that's part of like thieves' cant is it's hand signals and stuff like that, and
There's
they're
I
also
don't even know
kind
what's
of
going
talking
on.
to each other, and you can catch the verbal aspects of thieves' cant but without like one-on-one you can speak thieves' cant, but it's kind of hard to like hide and listen to other people speaking in thieves' cant. But you can tell that they're mostly speaking to each other in thieves' cant and talking about stuff and setting up the ship. And plus, also some people are just randomly like just talking to each other about nonsense, not really catching a whole lot. But you can tell that these guys are skilled in thieves' cant. They are very specifically trying to conceal their identities. That's all you're really able to get for today. You'll get another. I mean, you can get more about them as time goes, but that's what you'll get from these guys today.
Lots of shopping.
Lots of shopping.
Take up a whole lot of time.
Yeah, no, you're fine. Specific items that you are looking for?
Yeah. And I can shoot you the list if you want, or give it to you now.
If you want to, I'm just pulling it up real quick just so I have it to go through. We're not trying to do that. We're trying to come here. That's not important as much. You are looking for Headband of Intellect first, yes?
That's one, yeah.
Well, I guess first you'd
Definitely
probably go to
important.
oddities and ends.
Oddities and ends, yep.
And you're looking for the
Virtue shielding is one.
absolutely available for 500 gold.
Okay. And Guardian Emblem.
Also, well, hold on. I know, yeah, we had that, but I have to roll for the other ones. Do we have a Guardian Emblem available right now? This is, you are in The Driftwood Tradery. Yes, there's a Guardian emblem available for 500 gold.
And an insignia of claws.
No, there's not one available. Here, at least. And that's the entire Driftwood Tradery.
Right.
He'll be like, no, we don't have anything like that here. He's like, I know what you're talking about, but I don't have any. You know, I think actually, what was her name? Big one with the horns from Sabotage. They're just to the north here. They picked up the last of my emblems
From Sabotage?
from Sabotage.
Perfect.
And I haven't been able to restock yet, as no one's seemed to come through not wanting any of them yet. Is there anything else I could... Do you purchase both of these? Or do you purchase either of them?
Trying to see. Would they have earrings of message by chance? Or would that be maybe the specific jewelers?
Yes. I don't have them, but they're available in the Driftwood Tradery. I could have them brought over. It would be... Regains charge in a day. So it's an earring of message, yeah. So the one earring lets you cast 5 times per day.
Yeah. And however
message.
many they have, potentially, if they have multiples.
He absolutely has them. It's like, and if he wanted, he could gather up a total of 7 earrings of message for you. They would be 300 gold each.
Alright.
And he's actually sitting there, he's like, you actually see kind of, yeah, I could get you 7 earrings if you really needed. And you can actually see, once you say that, you realize he's wearing this little thing.
Has
And
little
he messaged somebody
little
else who's
copper wire in
in there, yeah.
it.
Yeah, a little blue crystal with copper wire.
Right.
Oddities and ends might be lucky stone or rabbit's foot or what have you.
Are you looking for something specific?
Stone of good luck.
Looking for like a luck stone? Yes, I do have luck stones available. I have 4 of them available. That'd be 500 gold each.
Luckstone, I think, might be different than what I was thinking of.
This is the well-polished gate on your person. Gives you +1 bonus to abilities, checks, and saving throws.
Oh no, that's right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sweet.
Stone of good luck.
They're how much each?
500.
I figured.
He is pretty standard high end, but like that's pretty much the standard rate for stuff around the sign. You could always attempt to haggle or whatever if you wanted. Or you could just pay whatever's asked.
Yeah.
Interesting. That sounds about right. Is it possible? I know that those earrings are a bit pricier than I expected. But if I were to buy in bulk, can we maybe negotiate a little bit? Have a bundle deal?
How many are you looking to buy?
Well, let's see. I mean, 6 or 7 is interesting. But I think maybe only a few for now.
How many is a few? I need to know specifics. Are you looking for 2 or 3? Are you looking for 4 or 5?
500.
5 is easy. 5 would probably be decent. Once you're talking 6 and 7, you're starting to step on my ability. You're making me walk, and then you're asking for a deal. If that makes sense. He's literally going to be giving you the one out of his ear. That's why he said 6 out of 7.
I mean, yeah, 5, I think.
What do you think 5 should go for? Give me a persuasion. What was that?
Maybe 1,000 gold pieces for 5. Since I'm going to be purchasing these other 3 as well.
Yeah.
That's 17.
1,000 gold for 5? I mean, we're gonna have to put in some work, but you could probably make that work.
Alright. That, yeah, then those 3. Stone of Luck, Brooch of Shielding, Guardian Emblem, and 5 Earrings of Message.
So, you're looking at 2,500?
Yes.
He'll set out the things, and he waits for a moment, says something, and you see somebody comes over and they have kind of runs in and drops something off, and goes through and hands you that.
Perfect.
And goes, you're gonna, or somebody was actually looking to purchase those potentially, so caught me in a good mood. I don't think they're actually going to buy it. They keep mentioning wanting to buy it, but no one's actually come and shown me any coin.
Well, you can feel free. I mean, give them the name Ila if they have better use for it. I don't mind just not, of course, overstepping your prices, but just trading it back for cost.
That's fine. No, they can always find
They're
their
convenient.
own. They've had more than enough time to buy them. But yeah, I'll give you all of them for 2,500 gold.
250 platinum. Okay.
250 platinum is fine. 250 platinum, and I will give you the luck stone, the emblem, and the 5 earrings. And what was the other one? The shield of brooch, or brooch of shielding, right? Yeah, absolutely.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
Absolutely.
I accept that trade. And she'll pull a lot of
He'll go
her
through and he'll kind of count it out. Absolutely. It's a pleasure doing business. If there's anything else you need, let me know. And it was Ela.
Yes.
If
Yeah, kick it.
an emblem comes across, I will worry about it.
Thank you.
Come back. Come often.
I'm here for a
Keep an eye
while.
out. Yeah. Before you leave, check back and we'll see what we
Don't
have.
forget.
Of course.
If one comes by, I will set it aside unless somebody is willing to pay more than fair market value.
Sure.
You're not willing. Are you looking to pay more than fair market value for anything?
I would like to keep it as fair as possible for now.
Okay.
But who knows? Fortune can be great over the next few days.
Absolutely. And so with that, so that's what you can get for the from the Driftwood Traderies. Is anybody else looking to do anything very overly specific for the final parts of the 24th, or are we going to kind of meet up and discuss things?
Probably.
Kind of pick up from there.
Yeah, rendezvous, I would think.
Yeah. It is 8:59, so we'll probably call it there as we get all set up and finish off. You guys are all kind of heading together and meeting up. So at this point, it'll be right before sunset. You guys have had a day's worth of, moving around and doing things and gathering some information. You can go and touch on what you've done and see what direction we want to go with from there. And yeah, so we're set with that. I will yeah, we'll call it there. Thank you guys for watching us on episode 19 of Oceanbound D&D on a Whim. Join us as we continue along in the adventures on DrakenGuard Island. Be sure to comment. Again, comment of the day is let me know what you would do if you were on DrakenGuard Island and what you'd want to explore. We thank you guys for watching us. Be sure to like, comment, subscribe. Biggest thing is just help with that. Feel free to share this if you want your friends to see what we are doing. And we will join you guys next Tuesday for Weave Blight as we continue on with dealing with this magic creature that is stealing our life force, I guess. Thank you guys. Now to do the job that our employees would be doing if we had employees to do that, and the crew and all that kind of stuff.
They're just